Ads is a robust online advertising platform by Google. It helps businesses create targeted ads on Google's search engine and partner sites, allowing precise audience targeting, budget control, and real time campaign performance tracking. As Google Ads is the top used digital marketing tools, Google Ads experts are in high demand. Average salary of a Google Ads specialist is $46,000 per year in US. On that note, if you are looking to learn Google Ads in depth and become a digital marketing expert, then look no further than Simplilearn's postgraduate program in digital marketing. Gain in-depth knowledge of search engine optimization with this course. You will also learn content marketing, web analytics, keyword management and research, website optimization, and more. Unlock a whole toolbox of skills including SE ranking, Hootsuite, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, Google Ads, and Keyword Planner. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Find the course link in the description box for more information. Before we begin, consider subscribing to Simplilearn and hit the bell icon to never miss any updates from us. So let's get started with what is Google Ads and how to use it. Over to our tutors.
In today's video, we're going to be talking about Google Ads and how to advertise on Google. We'll be talking about what is Google Ads, how do you set it up, why would you use Google Ads. We're going to do a demo of Google Ads and we're going to look at things like optimization and how to track your results. But before we go into that, let me quickly introduce myself. I am Mark Kempman. I am your digital navigator for this video. And by the way, don't forget to like this video or subscribe to our YouTube channel by clicking down below. Right, so when you are setting up your brand and you need to make sure you reach the right audience with the best results, then there's only one place you can go to, and that is Google Ads, one of the largest advertising platforms that you can find online. Yeah, so in today's session, we're going to be talking about what is Google Ads, why do you use Google Ads, what are the benefits. I'll be giving you a demo of Google Ads on how to set it up and how to create your first ad. And then we're going to look at how do you measure your Google Ads, what are the things you want to measure, and how do you optimize your ads so you're getting better results from your investments in Google Ads. So let's look at what Google Ads is all about. Where can you find it? What are Google Ads and where do they show? So first of all, it's very important to understand that there are two forms of Google Ads. Yeah, there is the Google search ads and there are the Google display ads. So the search ads, they show on the Google search result page, and the display ads, they show on websites. And there are thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of websites that have an agreement with Google to show Google Ads, and those websites get a small compensation for every time Google shows a Google ad on their website. Now, within those search ads and website ads, there are different versions, but we'll come to that later. For now, very important for you to understand, there are Google search ads and there are Google display ads, and they are inherently different in how you use them, how you set them up, and when you use them. So Google Ads launched in 2000 as Google AdWords. And over the years, it has gone through a massive transformation, and by now it is Google's main source of revenue. So where in 2000 it was just the search ads that Google launched, by 2005 they launched the display ads and the ability to track your conversions of your ads. By 2008, Google bought a company called DoubleClick, which enabled people and users to do a much better targeting with their ads. And it also launched the ad extensions in 2008. In 2013, Google launched campaign management that you could run on multiple devices. By 2016, Google introduced a showcase shopping ads. And 2018 was an important year where Google did a full rebranding of Google AdWords, and as it is now called, Google Ads. And by 2021, just to put it into a perspective for you, Google achieved a revenue of $250 billion US from their advertising business. Compared to Facebook advertising in 2021 was around $125 billion. Now don't forget, you may have read in the news that advertising revenue is under a lot of pressure for the big players like Google and Facebook because of the economic downturn that we're going through at the moment, but also because there is a change in the way Google are going to allow businesses to track people who are visiting their website and make it more difficult to retarget people with ads when they visit the website. But more about that later. But for now, important that you understand, Google AdWords has changed into Google Ads. So let's dig a bit deeper in what Google Ads can do for you. So it falls under the category what we call pay per click. Yep, and that is basically the business model that Google uses for the Google Ads, which is basically when as soon as somebody clicks on the ad of a company, then the brand will pay for the ad. We call this pay per click. There is also pay per impression. So as a brand, you would pay a certain amount per 1,000 times that an ad is shown to people. But the most common model is what we call pay per click. So a user pays, or a brand pays when users click on their ads. And in digital marketing terms, it is called PPC. So very important that you understand that concept. Now I often get the question, but what if somebody clicks, like a competitor clicks 20 times on my ad? Would I then pay 20 times for each click? Of course not. Google has protected that. Google will track on illegal clicks on ads, and even if there are bots that are clicking on your ad. So Google tracks that very carefully. So then what are Google Ads and what is it? So Google Ads is an online advertising platform that is developed by Google, and in that online advertising platform, advertisers can set up their ads, whether they're being search ads, display ads, product ads, video ads, or app ads. And I'll show you later in the demo how you can just go to Google Ads online to set it all up. There is also a Google Ads editor that you can actually download as an app, and you can create your ads online, and then as soon as you go, you create your ads offline, and then as soon as you go online, Google will then synchronize your ads in the online platform. So that is what Google Ads is all about. It is an online platform where you can create and set up your ads. So what are the benefits that you're going to get from it? Lots of benefit. A very important benefit is that it will increase your visibility to an audience that you can select. One of the big advantages of digital advertising on Google or on Facebook is that you can target very specific audiences. So you can advertise your product or service to a relevant audience to make sure that those people perform the action that you require from them, whether that is a click to buy a product, or a click to register for an event, or a click to download something. A second advantage that you get from Google Ads is that it is a very effective way to tell people about your brand. So we call this top of mind awareness. And particularly with the display ads and the video ads, they are very important to build this top of mind awareness, where you're the first one that comes up in a consumer's mind when they think about a particular industry or a particular category. Yes, so we have the lead generation, we have the awareness, and a third really important benefit that you get from Google Ads is that you can retarget website users. Now, what does that mean? You have all received those ads, where you visit the website, and then guess what? After 10 or 15 minutes, you are on Google and you see an ad for that product. Or you're on Facebook and you see an ad for the product that you have just visited. Or maybe you put a product in the basket where you wanted to buy it, but then you didn't buy that product. Now, how do those companies do that? Very simple. On every page of their website, they put a little piece of HTML coding. And as soon as somebody visits that page, that HTML code will trigger a connection with Google Ads or with Facebook Ads, depending on the code that you use. And that particular code will tell Google that user has visited this page at this time with this device from this location. And then you can save that data in a retargeting audience. And then you can select that audience by creating and setting up your ads. So a very powerful method to retarget people that visit your website. Now, over the next few years, this is going to change. Google is going to stop enabling third parties to track cookies on people's visits on particular websites. And that will kind of undermine the whole process of retargeting. So the industry is now busy finding new ways of retargeting or targeting people. But in the end, it comes down to being very more specific about the audiences that you want to target with your advertising. So watch that space of the retargeting. Big changes are ahead of us. There's more benefits that you get from Google Ads. There is a lot of data that you get. There is increased intelligence that you get. Google uses artificial intelligence to track the performance of your ads, but turn that into very relevant data that you can use to improve your bidding process. As you will find out later, Google Ads is based on putting on a bid on what you want to pay for the ad, and then through an auction, Google will decide which ad will show high up on the Google search screen. Now you can, and that's best for the beginners of Google Ads, you can do that automatically. You can just tell Google, hey Google, when you run this ad, you decide on the bidding. This is the budget that I want to spend. You decide on giving me the best price for the ad, given the budget that I have. If you're more experienced, you can go for enhanced cost per click, where you are going to go into manual bidding based on previous conversion data and other information like device, model or browser. You can then put in a manual bid that can help you in getting a better conversion. You can also do a target cost per click, which basically means that you adjust your bids to meet predefined cost per conversion goals. That is quite advanced, but for the beginners, and if you're a beginner, I would highly recommend you to use automatic bidding, where you let Google do the bidding for you. The next thing that you get, which is of course part of that increased intelligence as well, you can track everything. You can very specifically measure the performance of your ads. You can determine who clicked on the ads, where did the traffic come from, what is the traffic that came to our website, how many people clicked on my ads, how many leads did I get from that, how many people get to the landing page, and then you get all the data about what devices are they using, what times did they click on the ad. So you can get a lot of data that can help you in measuring the performance of your ads. And that's what we'll talk about at the end of this session, where I'll give you some important measuring data that you want to track. With Google Ads, you also have a very high flexibility. It has a number of components to optimize and to customize your ads and campaigns to target the audience that you want to reach. You can specify keywords, you can narrow your audiences, you can set negative keywords. Very important concept of Google Ads is the campaign ad group ads structure. Yeah, so Google Ads has 3 elements, which is on the campaign level, an ad group level, and the ad level. And the ad inherits the settings of the ad group, and the ad group inherits the setting of the campaign. So it's very flexible, and when we go into the demo, you get a better idea of how this works. Now, because you're getting more traffic to your website, you are also getting an improvement on your search engine rankings. Yeah, because more traffic to your website, more pages that Google recognizes you with the keywords, so it will in the end have a positive effect on your search rankings. But don't confuse, yeah? Pay-per-click does not automatically lead to better search engines ranking. SEO and pay-per-click are separate areas, but they do impact each other. When you do active PPC, you get more traffic to your website, and that will turn in higher search rankings if you make sure that you have the right keywords and the consistency in the keywords. Okay, so let's dive a bit into Google Ads. What are the various formats of Google Ads? And there is a wide variety of ads available that Google built up over the years, but it's not that complicated. At the very first level, there are the text ads. They are very powerful for lead generation. These ads only have text. They are found on the Google search engine result page, and traditionally you will find them at the top of the search engine result page and the bottom listings of the search engine result page. The quality of your ad, and we'll come back to that later, determines whether you're on the first position, the second or the third, or at the bottom part of your ads. Very powerful text ads. Now, there is a big difference between text ads and display ads that we talked about earlier. With text ads, I have an intent. I have a question. I search for answers. And if your ad shows the answer, then I'm prepared to click on your ad. So I am there ready to click on the link that gives me the best answer, whether that is an ad or whether it's an organic listing. With display ads, it's different. I am not in search mode. I do not have a question. I am actually in interest mode. I'm reading an article on a website. So your ad has to stand out, has to stop me or has to interrupt me in what I'm doing. And only then will I click on your ads. So text ads have changed, and again I'll show that in the demo later. You now have dynamic search ads. So basically you give Google in the Google Ads settings a selection of headlines and a selection of descriptions, and then Google will mix and match the headlines with the descriptions and try to find the search ads with the best conversions. Okay, so that is the search ads. Let's move on. Let's go to the responsive display ads. Similar to the text ads that are dynamic, where Google takes a selection of your headlines and your descriptions, the same with responsive display ads. You put in a library of graphics, an image asset, so different types of images, and it could be your logo and images that you want to use in your ad. You do different headlines, and then Google will automatically adjust the size, the appearance, and the format of your ad depending on the space available. Yep, and it could be an image ad, it could also be a text ad. It all depends on the space available. So again, you don't have to create the actual ad, you just put in the creative assets and Google will create the display ad for you. You can also say, no, I don't want that. I actually want to create my own ad, and then you can just create image ads yourself, upload them in the Google Ads platform, and then Google will use those images, those ads that you've uploaded in the different formats that you created, that you've selected for the website. Okay, we then have app promotion ads, which is a new sort of category of ads. With the growth of mobile apps, it's very important, and lots of brands are interested in promoting their apps. And promoting for downloads or engagement in the app. So therefore you can select promotion or app promotion ads in Google Ads, and then Google will sort of add those ads to the apps that people are using. So those are the app promotion ads, and then you have a very powerful form of advertising in Google Ads, which are the video ads. Video ads can be run as standalone ads on the YouTube search screens, or they can be inserted in other videos, either before videos or after videos. And they can be skippable or non-skippable. And you've all seen those ads. When you are on YouTube, you see an ad, and then after 3 seconds, it will say skip ad. Sometimes you see that, sometimes you don't. Very powerful ads. People love to watch videos. It basically comes down to putting your ad on YouTube as a video, and then in Google Ads you assign that video to an ad. And there are lots of examples of really good ads based on YouTube videos. This is also very interesting for content creators. If you have a certain number of subscribers to your channel and a certain number of viewing hours, you can then qualify for the YouTube Creators Program, where you can monetize your videos by allowing Google to place ads in front or in your videos, and you get a compensation for that. So that is how many YouTubers are monetizing their business. Now, an important element I want to add here is the power of mobile ads. A lot of people are banner blind. We call this banner blindness, where they are tired of seeing all those ads on YouTube and on websites. And particularly in the display and the video ads, because they don't ask for it. On Google search, it's different. Because you have that intent that we talked about earlier. So what people do on the desktop, often they put in an ad blocker, so you don't see any ads. So that means that for brands, their ads on desktops are less effective. They're reaching fewer people. But since more and more people are browsing their, on the internet on their mobile, and particularly video ads, and on video, over on YouTube and on mobile, it's more difficult to put in an ad blocker. So you'll see that ads on mobile often have a higher conversion than ads on desktops. Good. Then there are the product shopping ads, as you see here on the screen. They pop up at the top of the search result page, where you can actually advertise your products, and that drives traffic to your product pages. Now, you need to set up a Google merchandise store for this, and you need to make sure that you sort of connect your product catalog from your website with the Google merchandise store. Once you've done that, you can then activate the shopping ads or the product ads. There is also the showcase shopping ads. These ads have an image and a description that expands when clicked, providing information about other products and store information. So these are not necessarily pure product ads, but they are product ads to showcase other products. And then there is, particularly for the mobile, the call-only ads that you can select. Yep, and that sort of concludes the variety of ads that you can select from in setting up your Google Ads. So enough of the theory, let's have a look at the practicalities of Google Ads, and let's go into Google Ads to show you how to set up a Google Ads campaign. To do that, you make sure that you are logged into your Google account, you go and search for Google Ads, and then you just click on the Google Ads link, like here, and that takes you to the Google Ads homepage. Now, if you haven't got a Google Ads account, you click on Get Started. Yeah, and you see a lot of background information on this page that will help you with all the aspects of setting up your Google Ads account. You will need a credit card to create an account. That's the easiest way to set it up. If you already have a Google Ads account, you just click on Sign In. And if you click on sign in, it will then ask you, if you have multiple Google Ads accounts, which account do you want to use? And I click on my personal Google Ads account. And this will take me to the Google Ads home screen. It's kind of your dashboard where you have a summary of how your campaigns are running and how they are doing. Now you see currently I'm not running any campaigns, so that's why you don't see any clicks, you don't see any impressions. You see the campaigns that you have under development, etc. It also gives you some advice on how you can improve your campaigns, some billing information and what have you, and some other best practice tips. And then here you see basically the interface to the menu functions that you have. Remember, we talked about the setup in Google Ads split in 3 areas: campaigns, ad groups, and ads, and the assets of the ads. Besides that, you have your landing pages, your keywords, audiences, the content and various settings that you have. And then here you have search within your Google Ads, reports that you can create, and here you have tools and settings. And there's a whole library of tools that you have access to: planning tools, shared library, bulk actions, measurement, setup, where you can, for instance, specify access and security, and you can see, you can give access to colleagues, for instance, in Google Ads, that they can edit or view the campaigns. There's your billing information, and you can link accounts as well, like your Google Analytics, for instance, and then you will see your Google Ads data in Google Analytics as well. Okay, so the easiest bit, if I click here on campaigns, or I just gonna click on create a new campaign, and that will take me to the new campaign setup. And then there is 2 ways of setting up your campaign. You can either go in expert mode, or you can be guided by Google, and we call this goals guidance, which means you can select what is the goal for your advertising campaign, and then Google will automatically tailor all the settings towards that specific objective. So you can have a sales objective where you want to drive online sales, for instance, or in-app. You can create leads, so where you can encourage customers to click on a call to action. You can drive traffic to your website. You can do product and brand consideration. You can look at brand awareness to reach as many people as possible, to promote your app, or local store visits and promotions. I'm going to do a very simple campaign. I'm going to drive traffic to my website. So I click on traffic. And then here you look at your conversion goals. Do I want to have page views? Do I want people to submit a lead form? So I can specify these conversion goals, yeah, in my settings. I'm not going to go into that now. That is a slightly more advanced element. I just click continue. And then it asks me, what is the campaign type? Am I going for search campaigns? Yeah, am I trying to reach multiple audiences? So I can go for search and for display. So Google will give you the maximum performance for your campaigns. Am I going for a display advertising campaign, a shopping campaign, a video campaign, or a discovery, which is running ads on YouTube, Gmail, Discover, and more? The most obvious one, of course, is the search and the display or the video. Those are the ones that are being used most. And of course, if you have an e-commerce site, then you could go for a shopping campaign. So let's set up a search campaign. Click on search. Then you need to give up your website. So I want to drive traffic to my website, riyadfarasha.com. And I'm going to call the campaign, let's say, winter campaign. And I click continue. And now I'm going to create a new campaign, start new. Yep, so now the first step of my campaign setting is the bidding. Yeah, there's more campaign settings. I can look at my keywords and ads. I can look at my budgets and my review of the ads. This is the steps that I will be going through. I want to focus my campaign and my bidding on conversions. It is always better to use the recommendations from Google for your campaign, particularly when you're new to Google Ads. Am I going to set a target cost per action? No, I'm going to leave that. Google will do the bidding for me based on the maximize conversions bid strategy. So Google will set the bids for my ads, which will give me the maximum conversions on my campaign. Yeah, so I'm just going to set that all on automatic. I'm then going to say what networks am I going to use. It is basically, I selected the search network, but what Google will also do, if I want it to turn my search ad into a small display ad, which gives me a wider reach of my ad. So that is always good to leave that default, both search network and display network. And then here you have a very important section. You can set the locations where you want to show your ad. You can do it around the world. You can just look at the United Kingdom. You can also enter a very specific location. I can, for instance, say London. Yep, and now I can say London, England, United Kingdom. So let's pick that one. Yep, so now you see my reach is 43,500,000 people that will potentially see my ad. I can also target by postcode. If I want to include, for instance, Reading, yeah, so RG40, which is England, is Reading. There are quite a few of them. So I can actually target by postcode. Yeah, so if I go further for RG, yeah, so we have 4, and then that could be RG 42. Yeah, so I can make my segment as big as possible. There are other options as well. I can specify people that are present or are interested in that location, or people that are just present in that location, or people who are searching for the targeted location. I can also exclude people. So as you can see, there's lots of options in the targeting that you can do. I can go for advanced search. You see, I can even specify by map. You see here I have London, and here's a bit on Reading that I selected. Yeah, and if I zoom in on that, I can get many more details that I want to add in there. Yeah, so very advanced targeting by location in the search ads. Now you will see in the display ads, the targeting is completely different. You can still target by location, but you will also be able to target by interest of people, because in the display ads you are searching for websites that people will see your ads. Yeah, you are selecting websites where people will see your ads. So that can be done by interest, by behavior, and by location, or you can actually specifically pick the websites that you would like to show your ads on. You can specify the language, default is English. There are audience segments. Here's some basic segmentation that you can do in the search ads as well. For instance, I'm only interested in people that are have an affinity with travel, for instance. Yeah, so that's how I can be more specific in the audience segments. And here are more settings. I can do ad rotation. So that is where I ask Google to do kind of an A/B testing for me. Google will mix and match the ads and will present the best performing ads that it finds. You can set a start and an end date. You can specify the timings for your ad, the times that it will be shown. My recommendation is to start off with all day and use the Google learning data that Google will give you to improve the ad scheduling at a later stage. You can also do campaign scheduling or specific campaign URL options where you can track your campaigns. That is slightly more advanced, and we'll cover that in a more advanced Google Ads section. And then you have dynamic search ads. You can specify that as well for the specific targeting, and that is quite advanced as well, so I'll be skipping that as well. Now that we've done the campaign settings, we're going into the ad groups. Yeah, and the ad group that we're having here is the first thing that you put in there. Here's the name for the ad group. Yeah, so I'm going to change the name into Winter Campaign Ad Group 1. Okay, so then the very important element of your ad keywords and your ad groups is to specify the keywords. Yeah, and because you've put in your website, Google will automatically go into your website and it will give you an example set of keywords that you could use. The best is to come up with a set of 20 to 25 keywords. Now, these are the keywords that Google will be using to match your ad with the search queries. So when somebody searches for Riyadh in Marrakesh, yeah, then Google will match that with my ad, because in my ad I have picked Riyadh in Marrakesh as one of my keywords. Okay, so that is what you can do here in your keyword setup. Yep, in the settings you can see, that I can show you later, you can also specify your negative keywords, but again, this is just for a quick introduction. And then here we're going into the ad creation mode, which is the third step of your campaign. So that is where you have your ad itself. Now, the beauty about, again, Google Ads, it will help you in coming up with ideas and suggestions for your campaign. Here it will tell you how good is your ad. And here you can see what the ad will look like. Now, if you don't see anything here, very likely you will have an ad blocker active. Okay, so switch the ad blocker off and then you will see the ad preview. And you can see that on the mobile, you can see how it looks on the desktop. So it's very, very convenient. And then here you set up your ads. So here you have the URL, which is the final URL where the ad will be linking to. But there is also a display URL. So I can, for instance, say here, winter promotion. Yeah, so I can basically use the text in the ad of the link as kind of a promotion text. I can add that as the text that will help convincing people to click on the ad, where the actual link could be something completely different. Yep, and then here you're going to put your headlines, and you can have a maximum of 15 headlines. Now Google has already given some suggestions, and you can have a number of, let's say, 4 descriptions. You could add images as well, particularly for there are ads in the display ads with a rich advertising. Yeah, so you can add images as well, particularly for the display ads that you may have. And then here you have site links. Yeah, so these are what we call asset types. There are a number of asset types that you can add to your campaign, yeah, to your ad. These used to be called extensions. They are now called asset types. So you can do ad promotions, you can add prices or telephone number, a snippet of text, a lead form, a call out, or apps. Yeah, so these you can add to the ad and they will show below the ad. Okay, but for now, this is how I want the ad to look like. So I'm clicking done and I'm clicking next. And now it takes me to the budget section. So here you see it recommends a budget of £94. Now that is a bit much. So I'm actually going to set a custom budget of a lot lower. I'm going to, let's say, put it on £25 per day. Yes, so, but you will see that it will give you a lower kind of a performance, of course, for your ads. And this is, of course, Google's way to sort of stimulate you to spend more money on your ads. But my advice is start small, yes, see what you get, and based on the learnings and the results that you're getting from your ad, you can start expanding your budget. So when the ad is ready, you're going to review your campaign. Google is going to check the ad for errors. Yeah, there is an issue. I can get more clicks if I add more site links and more assets. Yeah, I'm not going to do that now, but here is the review of the campaign. And when I now click publish, yeah, it will go not live yet, but it will go into approval mode for Google. Yeah, Google will then analyze your campaign, check if everything is okay, check if you're not breaking any rules or regulations, and it will then publish your campaign based on the date that you've specified in your ad campaign. Yep, so that is in a nutshell how you set up an ad. Now, I'm not going to publish this. Yeah, I'm going to close it. I'm going to save it for later. Yep, and if I now go back to my campaigns list, then here you see my draft winter campaign, and here you see the details. There's another one, an autumn campaign. I haven't finished that. Yeah, so you see your budget, you see your status, and then here you can also see the results of your campaign. How many clicks did you get? How many impressions? What is the click-through rate, the average cost per click, etc. All the details that you will get. But since this is just an introduction to Google Ads, I'm going to leave it at this, and we will have a more advanced Google Ads video in the future. But for now, this is all I want to show you in Google Ads. So let's now have a look at the what you can measure, what is important in the measurement of your Google Ads, and how you can optimize your ad campaigns. So now that you've seen how to set up an ad, let's spend some time on how to track your ads. And Google Ads has an extensive tracking system in place. You can even connect your Google Ads with Google Analytics to get even more detailed results on your Google Ads. But they all come down to some important metrics that you need to track. So let's have a look at those. There are impressions. Yeah, so how many times do people see the ads? There is cost, there is clicks, and there is what we call the average cost per click. So what are impressions? Impressions are the number of times that your ad is shown on a search result page, on the Google search page, or in the Google display network. Now remember, for those impressions, you don't have to pay. Yeah, you only pay when somebody clicks on the ad. So when somebody clicks on the ad, yeah, then you start paying. So there is a cost involved for that. So the cost refers to the amount of money that you're spending on your campaigns. And every time somebody clicks on your ad, it is being charged to your sort of account, and then where you start paying for your ads. So a click refers to the number of times a person clicks on your ad. And of course that is what you want. Unless you want pure awareness, you could do that on Google search. Yeah, but in the end you want people to click on the ad that will drive them to your landing page, where they may then click to buy your product. So that click refers to the number of times a person clicks on your ad. So if you want to turn that into a metric, you can measure the average cost per click, which is basically the cost of that you have, yeah, for your campaign divided by the number of clicks. So if I have 50 clicks and my cost was 100, yeah, my cost per click is $2. That's a very important metric, because of course you want to have as low a cost per click as possible. Now what you can find on the internet, if you search for average cost per click per industry, you will find sort of average cost per clicks per industry, which can be very useful if you run your campaign. And you will see that can range anywhere between 0.5% to 3-4%. Okay, so that is your average cost per click. There is also the conversion side of the business. When somebody clicks on your ad does not necessarily mean a conversion. When somebody clicks on your ad, they will go to a landing page, and on that landing page you have a call to action. And that could be click to buy, or click to register, click to sign up, or click to download. That is what we call a conversion, and you can track those conversions. So the conversions are added when a user clicks on your ad and performs an action that you've defined as a goal. For instance, signing up for a website, buying a product, or registering for a newsletter, or what have you. Yeah, so those conversions are very important. And they are of course lower than the number of clicks that you get. So as you have a cost per click, you also have a cost per conversion. Yeah, that refers to the average amount charged for a conversion from your campaign. So you calculate that by having the cost of your campaign divided by the total number of conversions. Yep, and then you have what we call a CTR, which is the click-through ratio. It's the ratio how often people click the ad to how often people see your ad. Total number of clicks divided by the total number of impressions. And then finally, there is also a quality score for your ad. A quality score is Google's rating of the quality of your ad, the keywords of your ads that you use, and the landing page. And Google wants there to be a consistency between your ad, the keywords, and the landing pages. Also called an information scent. So when you smell the ad and you smell the landing page, you kind of smell the same. The same brand, the same look and feel, the same keywords, the same messages. Now, this quality score is very important in that for Google to decide how high you show up in the Google search ads page. Remember, you do a bid on your ad. It's not automatically that the highest bid will show up highest on the search engine result page with your ads. Google actually takes the bid that you put in, it adds the quality score of your ad, and it comes out with a total score, and the total score will decide your position on the Google search page with your ads. So the higher your quality score, the higher the chance that you will show up at the top of the search page. So it can well happen that somebody with a lower bid than you on the same keywords, but with a higher quality score, will show above your ad. Okay, so we talked about the metrics. Let's now talk about how do you optimize your ads. In other words, how can you make sure that you have a higher quality score? Because again, as I said earlier, the higher your quality score for your ads, the bigger the chance that your ad will feature on the premium spaces. So very important, here are a few of them. You need to make sure that you use extensions on your ads, particularly your search ads. Use a call extension or a review or a price extension. Yeah, there's a whole range of extensions that you can select from to add to your ads. Google wants to see those. Make sure that you test your ads, and you can actually ask Google, run various versions of the ads, and then make sure that you use the best ad which gives the highest performance. People like a sense of urgency in your ads. Yeah, only 3 hours left or 24 hours left for this campaign. You could actually add a countdown timer to your ad to add this sense of urgency to your ads. Make sure that you have calls to action in your ad. Yeah, so people need to do something. They click on the ad to purchase or click on the ad to register. Make sure that you pick the right placement for your ad. Pick the right targeting for your ads. Yeah, analyze the timings. Google will give you reports on when people click on your ads. Best thing to do when you start a new campaign is to let Google decide on when it'll show your ad. Because Google will learn from that and will suggest the best timings to show your ad once it has gone through this learning stage. Make sure that when you run search ads, you can use the location map in your to make people aware, particularly for local ads, where you are. And very important, relate your ads to what's happening in the seasons. Yeah, so that could be relate your ads to Christmas during the Christmas time, or relate it to to Ramadan when it's Ramadan, or relate your ads to the World Cup football, when the World Cup football is on. So make them relevant to the industry. Use an accelerated delivery method. Google can help you with that in the settings. Use extensive keyword research, particularly for your search ads. Yeah, the better your keywords are in line with the search queries of the users, the more likely Google will link your ads with the search queries. Use negative keywords as well. Yeah, very important that you exclude certain keywords when you want to use Google search ads. Because, for instance, if you do a search ad for accounting, and you're an accounting business, you don't want to get people to click on your accounting business ad when they are looking for a job. yeah, or when they are looking for free service. Yeah, so you can add jobs as a negative keyword or free as a negative keyword. And make sure that you use dynamic keywords. Those keywords, they may change all the time. Yeah, and think about that during your campaign, you can learn about your keywords. What are the topics, what are the keywords that people use? And you can change those keywords according what people search for. So there is a lot more. You can use branded keywords as well. So make sure that you use your own company name for your keywords. But if you want to be a bit naughty, there's nothing that stops you from using your competitor brand name. Yeah, that when people type in the name of your competitor, that your ad will show up as well. Very important with your search campaigns that you specify your keywords in what we call broad match, phrase match, and exact match. Yeah, and it depends on how Google interprets your keywords. If you have a broad match, it will show other keywords in relation to your keyword as well. When it's a phrase match, it will make it more specific. And when it's exact match, it will give you ads specifically in relation to the keywords that you've specified. So broad match will give you a wider audience. So you may get more sort of clicks on your ads, but they may not all be relevant clicks. Where exact match, you will be shown to a smaller audience, but that audience is more likely to be a lead because you're exactly referring to what they're searching for. Aim for a quality score of 7 between 10. And finally, make sure that your landing page is mobile optimized, is consistent with your ads, is consistent with your keywords. Yeah, so it's the ad, it's the keywords, and it's the landing page that will contribute to your quality score. Try not to direct people from your ad to your website. Make your landing page unique. Make it only focused on the website or on the call to action that you want people to do. Yeah, don't put too many other clicks on your website. The only clicks that you want to see is the click for your call to action. We will probably in the future run a specific session for how to develop landing pages because it is a very important aspect of your Google Ads campaign. So then there is more. There is make sure that you group and organize your keywords. Yeah, remember we talked about the Google campaigns, the ad groups, and the ads. Yeah, so make sure that you structure your campaign logically and that you have a clear structure around how you're organized. Now you can structure it around your products, you can structure it around your locations, you can structure it around the seasons, different ways of structuring your campaign, but make sure you do it consistently and properly. And also use the naming structure that you use for that. Yeah, make sure that you manage your budget, yeah, that you manage it in relation to your keywords as well, and particularly in the beginning, use automated bidding. Yeah, let Google do the bidding for you. When you launch your first campaign, you will go into learning mode and Google will run your campaign, but it is learning and it will.
On that note, if you are looking to learn Google Ads in depth and become a digital marketing expert, then look no further than Simplilearn's postgraduate program in digital marketing. Gain in-depth knowledge of search engine optimization with this course. You will also learn content marketing, web analytics, keyword management and research, website optimization, and more. Unlock a whole toolbox of skills, including SE ranking, Hootsuite, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, Google Ads, and Keyword Planner. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Find the course link in the description box for more information.
During the learning phase, optimize your campaign, to make sure that you get the best results.
Now, Google is the dominant search engine of the web. Customers turn to Google when they want to find information about products and services. That means people are actively seeking information to show your ads to active searchers or people looking for your products and services. You can use Google Ads, which is Google's advertising program. In this lesson, you'll learn how Google Ads connects your business with customers so that you can reach your marketing goals. Now, by the end of this lesson, you'll be able to understand how Google Ads works, discuss the various targeting methods, and know the primary benefits of using Google Ads. That lets you connect your business with prospective customers. So for instance, let's say someone has a broken pipe in their house and they want to find a local plumber. They often turn to Google to search for their answers. Now, if you're buying a new house, you might search for real estate or mortgages or moving companies. All of these are searches that someone conducts every day. So to reach these searchers, you can use Google Ads. Now, Google Ads is a complex system made up of multiple networks, targeting options, ad formats, budget management, and so forth. So we need to take a look at how the system works to ensure you're targeting the users who can turn into customers. Now, it starts with picking targeting methods. This could be a user searching for a keyword in a specific geography on a specific device and operating systems. So we'll get more into targeting methods as we go through our lessons, so you can write effective ads for those targeting methods. You set a bid for how much you're willing to pay if someone clicks on your ad. Now, when someone does a search and it matches your targeting method, then your ad can be displayed. So if the user looks at your ad and says, "Yep, that's what I'm looking for," and the user clicks on the ad, they go to your site. Now, at that moment is when you pay for the click, or for any action that can happen from an ad directly, such as calling your company. Now, once users click on your ads, they go to your site. If they take an action, such as calling your company, or buying a product, or filling out a form, or just watching a video, then you can measure those actions. Now, this lets you see your data for each targeting method, keyword, and ad data to understand how each is performing. Now, we'll define this information as we go through our lessons, so you know what to look for to make data-driven decisions. Then, from those data-driven decisions, you can refine your targeting methods, test different ads, and set appropriate bids based upon how each click or interaction is worth to your business. Let's say that you're a plumbing company and you're only in Houston, Texas. So you could target only Houston, Texas with keywords such as broken pipes, remodeling kitchen, and other services that you conduct. Then for each of those keywords, you write an ad and set a bid. If someone is searching from within Houston for kitchen remodeling, they could see your ad. So if they were searching from Austin or California or Seattle and they're not in your targeting method, they can't see your ad. So it's important to think about, where are your customers? How are they searching? And then make sure your ads are compelling, and then you can turn those searchers into your next customers. Now, the first network is known as search. This is when someone inputs a keyword or a search query into a search engine and then sees results. There's more than 167 billion searches a month. Now, then there's another network that Google also supports, known as the display network. These are non-search places that can show ads. So Google Display Network is made up of more than 3 million websites and apps that encompass more than 1 trillion impressions a month. Now, these ad placements could be apps on your phone or a newspaper publisher site. With so many possible ad displays, your targeting methods help narrow down when your ad is displayed, so you can ensure only those who you want to see your ad will see your ad. The three primary targeting methods to think about initially are location, time of day or day of the week, and device. The location is where our ads are going to be displayed. This could be every country in the world, it could be a single state, it could be 10 states, it could be a radius around your business or your PIN code. You have a lot of control and options over location targeting. And next we have time of day, and this could be time of day or even just day of the week. So let's say you have a call center that's only open from 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. Then you could run your ads only during those times, 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. Now most companies run their ads all the time, but you can adjust when they do run. There are other considerations, such as you're a small business where you really only answer your phone from 8 to 4, so you could only run your ads during that time. Now, if you're a restaurant, you might want to run your ads later in the evening to take reservations. You can also choose the device and operating systems where you want your ads to run, such as mobile devices, tablets, computers, or all three. So, for example, if you're a pizza delivery place, most pizza orders are now on mobile devices. So while you may be on all devices, mobile is your primary one. Then you pick your location based upon your delivery area. And then finally, you choose the time of day for when your business is open and actively delivering pizzas. Now, if you're a large SaaS company and you're international, your locations might be worldwide. So we want to think about breaking down our ads and keywords by languages or regions. So we'll get more into how these breakdowns occur in the account. But a location could be worldwide, our time of day is 24/7, and our devices are just all devices. So you have a lot of control over your targeting methods and how people can see your ads, both when and where. Keyword is an object you put into your Google Ads account. Now, a search term or search query is what a user types into a search engine to see results. So when this search term matches your keyword, then your ad can be displayed. So if you're a modeling company and you do kitchens and bathrooms and room additions, but maybe you don't do basements, you could pick kitchen remodeling keywords and bathroom remodeling keywords, but ignore basement keywords because you don't do that type of remodeling work. Now, you can also choose demographics, such as age, gender, and income level. If you're a high-end art dealer, you might only sell to the top 30% of income levels. If you're selling female-only clothing, then you could target just females. Now, in addition, we can do things like behavioral targeting, which is based upon how people use our websites. This is sometimes known as remarketing. If someone came to your site and they added items to a shopping cart, but they didn't check out, we know they're almost ready to buy. Therefore, you could target those users differently than someone who's never been to your website. Let's say a user searches for accounting services on Google in Maryland in the US anytime during the week. They could see an ad for a local Maryland accountant. Now, let's say you run a call center for mortgage leads and you're only open on the weekdays. Then you could run your ad for the entire country only during Monday to Friday during the hours your call center is open, and only show an ad if someone searches for mortgage rates, mortgage quotes, and so forth. So as we think about our targeting, it's where our customers are located, what they are looking for, the devices they are on, and the types of people we want to serve ads to. Now, Google Ads is an auction-based system. You set a bid based upon what you believe a click is worth to you, and then Google looks at your bid and the relevancy of your ads. And they do this for all the other advertisers as well. Then they order the ads in the search results or across display properties based upon both the bid and the relevancy. Now, this is an important consideration, as useful ads are as important as your bids in determining position. So we'll get into this later when we look at organization. Now, it's not just who bids the most that will get you into position one. Is your ad relevant to the user? There's a lot of ways to make things relevant, and we'll walk through this later. Now, if a user sees your ad, you don't pay anything. Only if a user clicks on your ad do you pay the search engine. That's why it's called pay-per-click advertising. is you only pay when someone clicks on the ad. Now you can then measure results, such as acquired customers, return on ad spend, revenue, and so forth. Now, based upon the results you're receiving from Google Ads, you can then refine your ads or change your bids based upon what those clicks are worth to you. When we think about the Google Ads benefits, we often call them the 3 R's: reach, relevance, ROI. Now, from a reach standpoint, Google Search and the display networks have tremendous reach. They can help you reach your target audience because your target audience is probably using Google, whether it's on search or display or both. So the advertising system has the reach that encompasses your potential customers. And next, think about relevance. This is a big thing in advertising. Are you relevant to the users? Right? Searchers are often resistant to ads. That's why if you're watching TV and a commercial appears, you might hit the fast forward button or switch the channel. When the ad is relevant, users like ads. They'll interact with them if they're useful and they're relevant. So you can target users based upon many criteria, which means your ad should be relevant to users, especially on search when you pick keywords that represent your business. As someone is actively searching for that word, that means they're looking for a solution. So when users see relevant ads, they're more likely to click and do business with your company. Now, finally, we have ROI, known as return on investment, as our third benefit. Return on ad spend, ROAS or ROI, let us know how profitable a channel is. Now, as you can measure results from your ad spend, you can make data-driven decisions based upon how users are interacting with your ads and how they're becoming customers. So Google Ads has the reach that encompasses your users. When you make good accounts and you have good account structure, which we'll get into later videos, you can ensure your ad is relevant to users. So they'll click on the ads and come to your website so you can turn them into customers. Now with analytics and conversion tracking, you can see exactly how much that person's worth to you. So then you can adjust your reach and your relevance data to ensure that your return on investment is fantastic from using Google Ads as a marketing channel. So Google Ads accounts have multiple levels of structure. In order for you to be able to control how users can view, interact with your ads, along with your budget and bid controls. Now in this lesson, we'll examine each level of hierarchy so you can understand how average accounts fit together and how data flows throughout your account. So by the end of this lesson, you'll be able to understand account level settings, understand campaign targeting options, and discuss the purpose of an ad group. So when we look at the overall account hierarchy, it starts where we have an account. Then an account can be made of one or more campaigns. Then each campaign can have one or more ad groups. And then finally, ad groups are a collection of ads and keywords. So as we look at accounts, campaigns, and ad groups, each level has different items you set with it. So we're going to look individually at each of these items to see how you can use various settings at each level. Now at the account level, we have several options that we can set. The first is account access. This is who can log in and access your data. So when you open an account, you'll use a Google account. Now this doesn't have to be a Gmail address. You can make your own email address for your company, a Google account, and then use that for login purposes. But then you can give others access to your account as well. From a security standpoint, it's useful just to have one administrator who gives access levels to other individuals. That way, if someone leaves your company or no longer needs access to your data, you can disable just that access point instead of using shared account logins. Now you'll also choose your time zone. Now some items such as time zone and currency cannot be changed once you open the account. So you'll pick your time zone, and when you think about it, it's useful to have your analytics, your server, and your marketing, such as your Google Ads account, on the same time zone. Now because if you've got an Ads account in Pacific time and your server's in Eastern time, there's a 3-hour period of time a day when your data doesn't agree with each other. So it's useful to sync servers, Google Ads account, analytics, so forth into a single time zone. Now you'll also choose your currency. Do you want to be billed in euros or dollars or pounds or Canadian dollars and so forth? Again, currency can't be changed once you've set up your account as well. And then you have billing. How are you going to pay for the clicks that you accrue? And then you can connect other accounts to your Google Ads account, such as Google Analytics, Google Merchant Center, Firebase, etc. So if you're using multiple systems, you can connect them all together at the account level so they can all use the same data. And then you have notification settings. How do you want to be notified of suggestions or disapproved ads and so forth? In some preferences, like display language, number formats, etc. So that when you open an account, the two most important options really to think about though are time zone and currency. They can't be changed. You can change your billing later on, or you can change who has account access and preferences, but time zone and currency are set once your account is open. Let's look at the campaign settings. You have an account. An account can be made up of one or more campaigns. So a campaign setting is where you're going to tell Google Ads how to show the ads and keywords within that campaign. So first we have the network. Do you want to be on search network, display network, or potentially both? And when you're first starting, search is the best place to start because users are actively looking for solutions. So you could have one campaign that's search and another campaign that is display. Now we choose our devices at the campaign level as well. So we might be on all devices. We could be on just mobile devices or just computers or just tablets. Now, if we want to run our ads at certain times of day or day of the week, we also set those in the campaign settings. So if you only want your ads to run Monday to Friday, you can choose those options at the campaign level. Now, if say you want your brand terms to run all of the time, and then you have other keywords you only want to run Monday to Friday, then you can use two campaigns. Campaigns can have different settings from each other. So you could have one campaign for your lead gen keywords that runs Monday to Friday. Clicks go to a call center. Then you can maybe have another campaign that's brand terms that runs all 7 days of the week and they're in another campaign. So that way you can segment out which items run when. Now locations are also set up at the campaign setting. So if you're a multi-location business, you've got one location in Houston, another in Seattle, another in New York, and you only want to run ads in those geographies. You could either put one campaign together and target all three of those locations for a single campaign. Now, all those locations would use the same ads and keywords. Or you can make a campaign for each location. And if you make a campaign by location, then any other settings such as time of day or budgets, which use campaign settings, can be customized for each location. Your bid method is also a campaign setting. So with bid methods at a high level, there's two types. One's manual, where you set the bid yourself, and another is automated, where you're setting a goal for the system and the system is bidding on your behalf. And then you have budget, how much you're willing to spend on a daily basis. So if you have one location and you want to spend $100 a day, and then you have another location where you want to spend $500 a day, that would be two different campaigns. So you can have different budgets for each of the campaigns. So when you want a campaign level setting to be different for some reason, a set of keywords, location, or something else, that's one of the reasons to make a different campaign. So if you want certain ads to run only in certain locations, only certain times a day, if you have budgets by product line, you need to use different campaigns to control those items. So when you think about budget management, if you want a different budget by product line, you make each product line its own campaign. So when we think about search, here's a couple examples of how we might set up campaigns. We might have one campaign, it's on search, it's on all devices, it's only set to the country of, say, the United States. It uses an automated bid system that can spend $100 a day. We might have another campaign. It's on search. It's only on desktops. It's set to France. It's based on manual bidding. It has a $50 a day budget. So when you want these campaign level settings to be different, that's one of the main reasons to create a new campaign for the ads and keywords that are inside of that campaign. Now, ad groups are a collection of keywords and ads, and only an ad from that ad group that contains the same keyword that matched to a search query, right, can be displayed. So ad groups should be closely related collections of keywords and ads. So when we think about the work involved in setting up a Google Ads account, it's really quick just to make an account. It can be very quick to make a campaign. But where you're going to slow down and spend your time is thinking about your ad groups. Someone did a search. They are looking for something. They're going to then see an ad. So that ad is going to take them to a page of your website. So you want that user experience to be very cohesive. So you may have one campaign. The campaign could have 20 or 50 or 1,000 ad groups in it, right, for each type of idea that you're advertising. So if you want to show a user a different ad based upon their search term changing, you want a different ad group. Let's say we sell shoes. Now we sell hiking boots, we sell running shoes, we sell dress shoes. Now what we don't want to do is put all of those in one ad group. Because if someone searches for hiking boots versus a running shoe versus a dress shoe, you want a different ad. There's not a good ad that explains all those concepts. So we could write an ad, shoes for sale, right? But shoes for sale doesn't really speak to the user. If someone's doing a search for hiking boots, right, and they see an ad that says shoes for sale and another ad that says hiking boots for sale, right, walk on the trails comfortably, right, they're going to look at the one that says shoes for sale and say it's not relevant to what I'm looking for. And the ad that mentioned the product they searched for, hiking boots, would be relevant. We get a lot more of those clicks and conversions. So why we may take some keywords like hiking boots, trail hiking boot, hiking boots for sale, best hiking boots, and put them in an ad group together, right? We make an ad only for those keywords. So we create an ad, hiking boots for sale, walk the trails in comfort. But then someone searches for running shoes. That ad would not be a good result for them, right? Hiking boots an ad that they're looking for running shoes. So you'd want a different ad group for running shoes. So you might have keywords, running shoes, best running shoes, shoes for running, marathon, long distance running shoes, right? And then we can make an ad that says running shoes for sale, maximize your performance. Now, if we really focus on running shoes and that was our core business, then we wouldn't want to run just a running shoe ad because that's very general. We want to get more specific. If someone's running a marathon, they want long distance running shoes. Others want minimalistic running shoes. You'll see people search for running shoes with high arches or better arch support, wide box shoes. And so you can even get into those very specific terms to create ads for them in the ad groups. When you think about ad group structure, only the keywords in that ad group can show for that ad. Right? If we have two ad groups and someone searches for running shoes, right, they can't see our hiking boots ad because it's in a different ad group. They only show the running shoes ad. So you can make multiple ads in an ad group and do some ad testing to see which is best. So if we look at an ad group and we say, here's another keyword that we really want to look at and the ads we have aren't great for that keyword, we can move it to a new ad group. So we may have one ad group that's dress shoes, another for high heels, and we can make new ad groups for all of these items so that the ad and then where the user goes on your website, right, is specific to each of those types, that idea of keywords. So you might have many ad groups, but the trick about ad groups is you have a core set of keywords in each ad group, and then you have multiple ads in an ad group. And so as long as all the ads and the keywords are reflective of each other, then you've got a good ad group. Now, if an ad does not represent a keyword, that keyword should be in a different ad group. Settings are inherited downwards across the account. So for instance, the account level you set billing, the billing method is used by all the campaigns in the account, and all the ad groups. So you set access level by account. So anyone with account access level can see all your campaigns and ad groups. So then at the campaign level, we enter settings like budgets, location. So that goes from the campaign level is inherited down to the ad groups. So any ad group in the campaign that can show to all the users and a location that's set at the campaign level or budgets and so forth. So then that goes from campaign is inherited to the ad groups. So any ad group in the campaign can show where it may reach the campaign settings, such as location, or it uses that same budget. Right? All the ad groups in the campaign use a budget. So if we have different campaigns, then only the ad groups in that campaign would use that campaign's budget and that campaign's targeting method. So when you create a setting at the account level, it's used at the campaign level. And then anything at the campaign level is used at the ad group level. So if you create ad group level settings for something, you can set at the ad group. They're only used by the ads and keywords in that specific ad group. Ad group data is never inherited to another ad group. So setting hierarchy flows downwards across the account, from account to campaign to ad group, and then the ads and keywords. So the first step to getting started with Google Ads is opening an account. Now once you open an account, then you can fill in your billing information, add additional users, and connect your analytics account to your Google Ads account. So in this lesson, we will look at how to create the initial account. Now by the end of this lesson, you'll be able to open a Google Ads account, set permission levels and user access data, and then connect additional accounts. Now before you begin creating a Google Ads account, you'll need a Google account to access it. If you use Gmail, then you can use your Gmail account. If you want to use your business email, then you can create an account and use your business email address. You'll need to verify your account through a text message code or through an email to the email address you're using to access your Google Ads account. Now, once you've established how to access your Google Ads account, proceed to setting up your first campaign. Each person who can access your data should have their own login. This lets you choose their permission level, remove someone when they should no longer have access, and see what changes were made in the Change History tool, which logs changes by user access. Before adding a user, you should consider the permission level that the user needs. So for instance, if you want someone to see information but not change anything, you can give them read-only access. If you want a user to be able to make any changes but not add or remove other users, they can have standard access. By giving each user access, you can maintain control over your data and also add and remove other users as your need for accessing your data changes. There are times when you will want your Google Ads account to connect with other applications so they can share data back and forth. This is really common with Google Analytics. By connecting Google Analytics and Google Ads, you can see a lot of data in both places. In addition, you can create conversions or audience lists in Google Analytics and have them imported into Google Ads. If you're an e-commerce company, then you want to create a Google Merchant Center account and link it to your Google Ads account so you can create shopping campaigns. A common problem you might come across is that one email is the admin for one account and another email is the admin for your Google Ads account. You might need to give someone permission to log into Google Ads to connect accounts, or they might need to give you permission to access the accounts that you want to link to Google Ads. So you have the necessary permission levels in both places to connect the data. Once you have the necessary permissions in place, it's easy to connect other accounts to your Google Ads account using the Linked Accounts tool inside of your Google Ads account.
So I want you to imagine having the world at your fingertips, especially when it comes to advertising. Imagine having the entire world at your fingertips for advertising. So just imagine you have the ability to advertise your brand to any website in the world. Can you imagine that? Well, imagine having that entirety at your fingertips, the entire world. So it's not really an imagination. So no need to imagine anymore because Google Ads has come to the rescue. So no need to imagine, the world is at your fingertips. And why is it at your fingertips? Because of Google, and specifically Google Display Network. Okay, so we're going to talk about what the Google Display Network is. So let's start out by asking the question or answering the question, what is the Google Display Network? So Google has two networks basically. One, the search network, one, the display network. So you as an advertiser, if you want to advertise on Google, you have a choice. Can I go with Google Search or can I go with the display network? Well, the search network is for Google search only. So if you want to advertise when somebody types in a keyword query and you want your ad to show up, that's the search network. So it looks something like this. Somebody types in a keyword, data science, and lo and behold, ads show up. And here you can see the first ad from Simplilearn. Why did that ad show up? Because Simplilearn was bidding on the keyword data science. And so that's how the search network works. You bid on keywords, somebody types on those keywords, and your ads show up in the search engine results at the top above organic listings. So that's the search network, and it just simply comprises of ads that respond to what people are querying. Okay, the display network is a little bit different. So that's the search network. Today we're going to talk about the display network. Okay, the display network is a little bit different. So imagine you're on the lookout for a new shoe on Amazon as an example, but you don't end up buying the shoe. You're looking at shoes, you don't buy it. Well, you might have noticed in the past you've done something like that, whether it be shoes or shirts or coats or belts or cars or radios or headphones or phones. It doesn't really matter. You might have been looking at something and then notice an ad show up. It might have been exactly that same product, or might have been something similar to the product you were looking at, but on the same website. So why does that happen? Well, it happens because Google's display network, specifically remarketing, which we'll talk about. So on Google's display network, you have the option to advertise that somebody's been on your website. So that's one of the powers and one of the features of Google's display network, and that's remarketing or retargeting somebody that's looked at your product. So let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into how the display network works. So if you're a customer, you go to a website and you leave that website. Again, from a remarketing perspective, your product can appear on another site. Okay, so that's remarketing. So you can retarget that person who's been to your site. So that's, again, one great example of how to use the display network. In Google terms, we call it remarketing. And again, somebody goes to your website, they leave, in this example, not buying something. It could be a technology company where we want somebody to watch a video or download a PDF. Okay, whatever they do that you want them to do, but they don't actually do it, then you can go back and retarget them. So if they actually go to a page and look at your product but don't buy that product, then you have the opportunity to advertise to them again. So the whole idea is if you advertise them again, wow, that person can say, okay, I remember that. I was still interested in that product. Let me go back and purchase that product. So they go back to the site and make the purchase. So that's, again, the power of the display network. You can reach people who have been to your site before. So let's take another look here. So retargeting evolves around adding a piece of code or pixel on your website, which uses browser cookies to add website visitors to your audience. So let me just summarize that for you. So if you want to use the display network and you want to target people who have been to your website, well, you need to add a simple script or pixel, if you will, to your website. That's all. And so when somebody comes to your website, they're going to get cookied, and that cookie is stored in their browser. And so that's an important piece of the whole process because that's how Google determines who that visitor is. So without that cookie, then Google won't know to show your ad to them again. So that's the first piece in all this. So when somebody does get cookied, they're going to be added to that audience. And so when we say audience, we mean you as an advertiser defining who you want to retarget to. So in this example, we're talking about people who have looked at a product and didn't purchase. That could be a whole audience in itself. people who look at a product and don't purchase. It could be everyone who comes to your website. It could be only returning users. It could be only new users. You define the audience. But however you define that audience, they're going to get cookied and placed on a list. And when they're placed in that list, they're going to get shown the ad again. So past visitors will see your product ads when they're browsing the web, watching videos on YouTube, going through news sites, and so on. So if that's your audience list, past visitors, that's where they're going to be able to see your ad. Because Google's display network is much more than just websites. It's also YouTube. It's also news feeds. It's also social networking sites. So there's a lot involved with Google's display network. So the network involves several websites that are partnered up with Google, along with the likes of YouTube, along with the likes of millions of other websites. In fact, these websites together tally up to more than 2 million. That encompasses more than 90% of the internet. So you can imagine Google's display network is just made up of a bunch of websites, including YouTube. Okay, so you have the opportunity to really reach somebody that's been to your website before. So again, if they're past visitors and they looked at a product and they didn't purchase it, you have an opportunity to really put your ad in front of them on a lot of different websites. So that's just an intro about the display network. Remarketing is just one benefit. But let's take a step back. So we dove into the deep end with remarketing. Let's just separate out the two again, just so you're clear on what the display network is versus the search network. Well, let's go through some of the differences. So display network on the left, search network on the right. So the display network, as we just discussed, is great for retargeting people who have been to your website. Whether they're new users, returning users, users who looked at a product, users who added a product to your cart, users who looked at a specific page, whatever that behavior is, you're defining that. Now, the search network is usually for top of funnel. Why do we say top of funnel? Because users are actively searching for something. They're looking for a product. They're being active. So they're going to search and seeing who has that product. Okay, the display network, we know remarketing is a benefit, but usually it's bottom of funnel, like brand awareness. So if nobody knows who your brand is, or what your brand is, or what you have to offer, what your services are, then the display network, remember, made up of millions of websites, you have the opportunity to put your ad out there. Okay, so display bottom of funnel, search network top of funnel, somebody actively looking for something. Let's take a look at some other differences here. So display network, easier to advertise products that don't satisfy an immediate need. This is true because, again, if you have a new product, you want to get that product out there. You want people to just know about it. Some people may not be ready to buy that product, but at least they're going to know what the product's about. On the search network, on the other hand, if somebody's looking for something like a particular product that you're offering, then they could type in a keyword that describes that product, and wham, your ad can appear at the top. Okay, remember, top of funnel. So products and services usually fulfill a particular requirement. Now, the display network can be used to familiarize users to your brand. So again, going back to remarketing, somebody comes to your website, they really don't know who you are. Well, you can reach back out to them on the display network with another ad, retargeting. And that's how you can get users familiar with your brand. Where on the search network, users are shown ads based on what they search for. So it doesn't really matter if they know your brand or not. Hey, if they're looking for something and they're ready to buy and you have that product at the right price, then the chances of them converting are pretty good. So you're at the right place at the right time, where the display network's all about familiarity, retargeting to people with your brand, getting your brand out there, getting your product out there in front of millions of people. Now on the display network, users are shown these ads in over 1 million different websites. So with the display network, you have the opportunity to kind of hone in and pick and choose those websites. Where on the search network, users are shown ads in Google Apps and on the search engines. So you have the opportunity to place your ads not just on desktop search, but also on mobile and also on apps. Whereas, again, the display network is made up of much more. It's made up of websites, YouTube, apps, etc. Okay, the display network has a multitude of different formats. Okay, when we say different formats, we mean text ads, image ads, rich media ads, meaning ads that have some functionality to it like movement, okay, and then video ads, where the search network is really only text ads. And I say really only text ads, well, you can have image ads, those are called shopping ads, but mainly it's text ads, where display network, you have an option between text, image, rich media, or video ads. So you can see the differences here, really. There are big differences between the two networks. Where search, you're just really responding what somebody's looking for. They're really active and ready to go. Display, hey, you're trying to reach out to these people. You're trying to introduce them to something. And in some cases with remarketing, you're reaching out to them again. Okay, you're trying to get them familiar with your product and brand, and you're trying to do that via video, via rich media, via regular image ad, via text ad. So you're trying to do it in a multitude of formats. So again, bottom of funnel for display, top of funnel for search. So that's an intro to the display network. Those are the differences between search and display. Now let's go through the steps of how to set up a campaign in Google Ads using the display network as our option. So here I am, I'm in Google Ads, I'm in an account, and I want to set up a campaign on the display network. So you can see here, if I'm in Google Ads, I've selected display campaigns. I can already see I have some display network campaigns set up. In fact, they're all remarketing campaigns. And so remarketing, remember, is targeting somebody who fits a list or description. Okay, so it could be somebody looking at a particular product. They get cookied, meaning that text file is going to sit on their browser, and then they're going to see your ad the next time they're on Google's display network, wherever site they may be. So we're reaching out to somebody who fits a particular description. Okay, so if we're going to set up a display campaign, meaning a campaign on Google's display network, we want to go to campaigns and we want to click on the plus button here. And we're just going to say new campaign. Now, we have the opportunity now to pick and choose what our goal is for that campaign. And so most of the time with display, you're going to choose brand awareness and reach. Okay, so here you can see the campaign types for brand awareness and reach, display and video. Usually when it comes to sales or leads, or even just driving traffic, okay, you might go with the search network. But if you're just really trying to just promote your brand, you may go with display, because remember, you have the option to get your ad in front of millions of websites. We're going to choose brand awareness and reach, okay, and we're going to choose the campaign type. So here you have display. We want to run different kinds of ads, or we can run just video. Okay, we want to run, if we're running video, we can reach and engage viewers on YouTube and across the web, meaning other websites. Okay, let's choose display here. So we're going to go ahead and just put our website in there. So our business's website. And when that loads up, we're going to have a number of different options available to us. So here we can name our campaign. Okay, so here you can see brand awareness and reach is the name of our campaign. And for now, we're just going to put test. Now we have the opportunity to choose our location. Here, we're going to choose the United States. We have, just like a search campaign, we also have language as an option. So with search, you have locations and languages. Same thing on display. So we're going to target English as our language. And what are we trying to do? What are we focusing on? Well, we want to get our product out there. So we're going to choose impressions, viewable impressions. That's really what we want to focus on. We want people to see our ad. Okay, so an impression is the number of times somebody sees your ad. Okay, so we have viewable impressions. That's what we want people to do. We want them to see our ad. And if you take a peek over here on the right side, you can see your targeting's reach. So we can reach over 10 billion plus in impressions, meaning that's a lot of eyeballs. The number of people looking at our ad right now is over 10 billion plus. Okay, so that's just gives you the scope and some idea of how big Google's display network is. So just like search, we could set a budget. I'm just going to choose $100 for now, and I can choose how to deliver that budget. Just like on search, I have standard accelerated. I can ask Google to speed up the spend, or I could just do regular standard, which means they're going to spend my budget evenly over a period of time, over the course of the day. Now, remember with Display Network, we have different options on ad types. We have text ads, rich media ads, regular image ads, and video. So we can rotate our ads how we like. So we could say, hey, look, I want to run my best performing ads. Okay, so that means I want Google to optimize for me. Meaning, if I have an ad that's performing better than some others, then I'm going to let Google run that one more. And that's the one I would recommend. But you do have other options here. You can just have them rotate evenly. You could say, hey, optimize for conversions. But it's really, remember, our goal here for the display is to get impressions, eyeballs. We're not interested in top of funnel conversions. In here, we could say rotate evenly, and that's not supported for display. So really our best option here is prefer best performing ads. We want our best performing ads to run. Okay, we have an option to schedule them. We have an option to start and end. Okay, and we have an option to set a cap. How many times we want somebody to look at that ad. So we can limit how many times our ad is shown to the same user. Okay, so we're gonna let Google optimize how often your ads are shown. However, we do have the option to set that limit. Okay, so we could set the limit to X times per day for the entire campaign, or it could be for a particular ad or ad group. Okay, so we could set the limit ourselves, and we can let Google optimize for us. Here we have some exclusions. Okay, and then we have the opportunity to set up our ad group. Now, the ad group is the same as the search network. The ad group on display is where your settings are going to be. Your ads are going to be located in your ad group. And now the important part, we want to get to audiences. So if we're remarketing, we're going to choose our audience. And if we're not remarketing, we still have the opportunity to choose our audience. So if I'm a tech company and I just type in tech, then Google's going to give me some options here. So here I can choose some tech companies, technology products, new inventions, etc. Or I can choose some ideas that Google has in mind for audiences, like they have an in-market audience. So this is based on network systems and services, network management. So the bottom line is Google is giving me suggestions on who I can target my ad to. Okay, that's what this is. Choosing your audience. Now, you don't have to choose anything here. In fact, you can just clear all and be done with it. Now you can go down to demographics. Now I can pick and choose based on gender. I can pick and choose based on age, parental status, and household income. Really depending on who you're advertising to. That's really what it comes down to it. Okay, so you have demographics and you have audiences. Audiences are really for remarketing. So again, you can go with some of Google's recommended audiences, or you can create your own audience. Okay, and we're going to talk about that here in a minute. But this is all part of the setup for the campaign. So I'm saying, hey, these are the demographics and these are the audiences. But if you're not remarketing, you don't necessarily have to go with an audience. Okay, once that's done, you can set up a bid just like you want on the search network, and then you have the option to choose your ad. So that's part of the campaign setup. So when you actually choose your ad, again, you have different options. Image ad, okay, rich media ad, video, or text. Once you choose your ad, then you pretty much have your campaign set up. Now we're going to tweak it after we set it up, but that's pretty much the steps in terms of setting up a display campaign. Very similar to search. In fact, minor differences really are choosing your audience and choosing the ad type. That's really the main differences between setting up a campaign on display and setting up a campaign on search. The main differences. Now there are other subtle differences, but those are the main ones. So we talked about remarketing to people who have been on our website. So going and showing our ad to somebody who fits a particular description, meaning they looked at a product or they looked at a particular page. So if you're going to retarget to people, then as a best practice, I would set up the audience in Google Analytics. So Google Analytics talks to Google Ads. In fact, you can link up it to in Analytics. So regardless of whether you're creating a display campaign or search campaign, you want to link up Analytics with Google Ads. So you can see we've done that here. Okay, now that we've linked the two up, we could set up an audience in Google Analytics for use on a remarketing campaign on Google's display network. So here you can see I have audiences set up. If you want to just create a new audience, you can do that. So if I click new audience here I can choose returning users or new users. These are audiences that Google has set up by default. I can create a new one if I want. So I could say, hey, I want to target, 18 to 24-year-old males who speak English, for example, and who came from mobile. So if I go here, technology, I'm going to say including mobile. So that could be my audience. So anybody who fits that description of 18 to 24-year-old coming to my website from mobile who speaks English, I'm going to retarget them. And you can go ahead and save this. So if I go ahead and click apply, I'm going to name my audience 18, 24-year-old male, English, mobile. One thing about remarketing on the display network is you can choose how long somebody stays on your list, meaning how long is that cookie going to live. So depending on your funnel, if they're buying a car, the funnel may be 6 months long. If they're buying a pair of shoes, then the funnel may be 7 days long, maybe even shorter. So it really depends on your business. The default is 30 days. So if you go with 30 days, then that means any 18 to 24-year-old male who speaks English and comes from mobile is going to get cookied, and that cookie is going to live for 30 days. So if I click next step, I can go ahead and publish it. I can say I want this to be available in my Google Ads account. So I'm going to go ahead and pick my account, and it'll be available in that account. So I'll choose my account and then go ahead and click publish. So now this audience list is going to be available for me to use in my display campaign when I go to choose my audience. So if I go back to Google Ads, so Google Ads and Google Analytics talk to one another. Why? Because they're linked. And so now when I go to actually set up my ad group and I'm choosing remarketing, I can go ahead and choose that audience list. So for example, this campaign that's already set up, I can go ahead and choose to set up another ad group with that particular audience list. So if I choose new ad group, and now I'm going to search for the audience I just set up. So here you go. I just did a search and here's my audience. I'm going to select my audience and I'm going to now use this audience in my ad group for my remarketing campaign. So now all I need to do is align the right ad with this audience. So that's how remarketing works. You choose your audience list. You set up your ads. Remember, you have different ad formats: video, rich media, image, and text. And the whole idea beyond remarketing is you know who your audience is, you know what you want to say to them, so your ad should really encompass that message, the message of what you want to say to that particular group. In this case, 18 to 24-year-old male who speak English, who came to your site from mobile. So if you don't really want to retarget somebody who's been to your website, you could certainly still use the display network to your advantage. Remember, bottom of the funnel, the goal of our campaign is just get our ad out there so that people recognize our brand, our services, our product. So when you actually go to set up an ad group, you don't have to choose an audience to retarget to. You do have other options. So if I look at this ad group here, you can see I have image ads already set up. So where do I want these image ads to appear? So I do have options available to me in the display network. So if I choose keywords, then that means if I go ahead and add a keyword, then what Google's going to do is contextually place my image ad on a website that fits the description or matches that keyword. So if I add 1 or 2 or 3 keywords, then what Google's going to do is going to look at that keyword and it's going to map a website on the display network using those keywords. So that's keywords. Now, you got to be careful here because it's a broad way of advertising, meaning your ads could appear on sites that you don't necessarily deem relevant to those keywords. So you're allowing Google to match the website with the keywords you choose. So that's choosing keywords. Audiences, again, audiences are there if you want to retarget. So if you're retargeting, you can set up your audience in analytics. In fact, That's the best practice. So again, if I go back to analytics and I go back to admin, under my property audiences, I can go ahead and choose my audience to be used in Google Ads. So that's using audiences on a display campaign on Google's display network. When we're setting up our campaign, we had an option to choose demographics. So we can exclude a demographic if we wanted to. We can always go back and exclude a demographic just by removing them from the ad group. Notice if we choose all demographics, we can actually then see over a period of time in Google Ads how many people based on this particular age group or gender or parental status or household income saw our ad, but not only saw our ad, that would be impressions, but clicked on our ad and how much they spent per click and how many conversions. So you have all that data available to you in the display network. Okay, so that's demographics. I can also use topics. So I can choose a particular topic to advertise on. So if I choose topics, I can choose a particular keyword, find a particular topic, or I can drill down on Google's topic categories and subcategories. So here you could see online communities. If I choose that one, I could see there are other subcategories under online communities. Okay, I can choose the whole category of science, or I can drill down to see what subcategories are under science. So I can do that for any one of these topic categories. And if I choose a category, notice that's where Google's going to place my ad, whatever I select. And again, notice upper right here, I can take a sneak peek at how many eyeballs Google is expecting to see my ad. So here, if I choose in astronomy and science, I have 310 million impressions. That's how many potential eyeballs can look at my ad. So if you're setting up a display network campaign, you can choose keywords, you can choose demographics, or you can choose topics. Now, if you decide not to go with a topic, then your last option here is placements. So I can pick and choose a specific placement. If there's a particular website that I want to advertise on, let's just say NewYorkTimes.com or LATimes.com or WebMD.com. Remember, there are over 2 million websites on Google's display network. So I can pick and choose specifically where I want my ads to be displayed. Now, when you're done choosing your audience or your keywords or your demographics, your topics, or your specific placements, you can always then go to your placements and then click on where ads showed. And so now over this particular time frame, I'm going to be able to see where my ads have been shown. And so now I can see my ads have been shown on mobile apps and on particular websites. Now, if you don't like any of the particular websites that your ad is showing on, you can always select it and you can always exclude it. You can exclude it from the ad group or the campaign. Okay, so that's how you manage where your ads are showing up on Google's display network. Again, you can go ahead and go to where ads are shown under placements, and over that particular period of time, Google's going to show you where your ads have been shown. And if you don't like that placement, then you can always just exclude it. Or if you don't like the performance, meaning you're not getting many impressions or you're not getting many clicks or the click-through rate's very low, you can go ahead and exclude it. So this is an opportunity for you, the advertiser, to take control over where your ads are shown. So in summary, when you set up a display campaign on Google's display network, you have options. If you're remarketing, you're going to choose your audience. You're going to choose your audience using a list you created in Google Analytics. If you're on the display network, not remarketing, you have the option. You can choose a keyword and have Google place your ad on a website that fits the description of that keyword. You could choose specific demographics. You could choose a topic or subtopic category, or you could choose a specific placement. Okay, those are all the options available to you when you run your ad on Google's display network. Now, let's go back and take a look at some of the advantages of the Google display network. So I just went over with you how to actually create a campaign in an ad group. I actually went over how to set up a remarketing campaign and set up a remarketing list in analytics, and I went over all the differences between the search network and display, but let's really hone in on those advantages here. So with the display network, we can provide advanced targeting, meaning I can particularly point to a specific website that I want to advertise on. So that's what I mean by advanced targeting. Or if I don't want to advertise to 18 to 24-year-olds or 25 to 34-year-olds, I can exclude them. Or I can really pick and choose a specific audience that I want to remarket to. So those are all examples of advanced targeting, and that's all done within analytics or Google Ads. So advanced targeting enables you to target the people that didn't engage with previous campaigns and get in front of people with lookalike audiences that can be created based on the audience you usually advertise to. So in other words, we can really hone in and pick and choose who we want to advertise to. Another advantage is relatively low starting cost. So what we mean by low starting cost is normally on the search network, you're bidding on keywords, and some keywords can be very competitive. Whereas on the display network, you could pick and choose who you want to advertise to and pick and choose where you want to advertise. So you can really advertise on websites that get a lot of traffic, may not have a lot of competition, and therefore may not cost as much. So if you compare it to traditional forms of advertising like TV or radio, display advertising, reaching a large, broader audience is a lot cheaper. Okay, you can do advanced tracking, meaning when we talk about perform advanced tracking, we're talking about, again, remarketing. We can really pick and choose who we want to remarket to and cookie them and pick and choose how long they are going to be cookied. So when we talk about advanced tracking, that's what we're really talking about. So we can also talk about how many times our ad is shown to somebody. We really can pick and choose how many times we want somebody to actually see our ad on a site based on performance. Okay, let's take a look at some other advantages. The ability to advertise your brand to a broader audience. Okay, Google has over 2 million websites. So we can pick and choose where we want our ads to show up. Again, it can be by topic, it can be contextually via keywords, or it can be specific websites. So we can create demand for our product. And what we mean by that, we can create really cool ads. Remember, rich media ads, video ads, these are all engaging type of ads. Those are ad types on the display network. When we create engaging type of ads, it's going to appeal to somebody and they're going to engage. So we have that opportunity just based on the different ad types. Of course, increasing web traffic, we can't say that enough. If you're advertising on Google's display network, you have the opportunity to get your ad in front of millions of people. Get our ads in front of millions of people, we have the opportunity to get a lot of clicks. And we do have that wide range of formats. Search network only has text ads. Here we have text, we have rich media, we have image, we have video. So all these types of ad formats allow us to really get our ads out there in a number of different ways. Again, we're marketing our product and services are the big advantage using Google's display network. That's how we started today's webinar. We started talking about remarketing because it's such a key feature. So if somebody comes to our website and doesn't do what we want them to do, we can cookie them and we can retarget them with a more specific ad tailored to that audience.
On that note, if you are looking to learn Google Ads in depth and become a digital marketing expert, then look no further than Simplilearn's postgraduate program in digital marketing. Gain in-depth knowledge of search engine optimization with this course. You will also learn content marketing, web analytics, keyword management and research, website optimization, and more. Unlock a whole toolbox of skills, including SE ranking, Hootsuite, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, Google Ads, and Keyword Planner. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Find the course link in the description box for more information.
Today we're going to talk about Google Analytics. I'm very excited to be with you today because Google Analytics is one of my favorite Google platforms and my favorite topics. So let's talk about what we're going to cover today. And we're going to start out with how to set up a Google Analytics account. And so we're going to talk about everything that entails, including creating your Google Analytics account. We're going to talk about setting up a property in your account and what a property is. We're going to talk about setting up a reporting view in your property, and we're going to talk about installing the tracking code. So those are the series of steps we're going to go through today in terms of setting up a Google Analytics account. So let's get right to it. And so really the one prerequisite here when it comes to setting up a Google Analytics account is to have a Google login and ID. So when you actually go to Google Analytics, you need to be able to sign up or sign in. And so once you actually sign in, then you're going to go walk through a series of steps. But really, that's really all you need to get the account going is a Google ID and login. So if you have a Gmail account or an other email account that you use for other Google products, then you're good to go. That's all you need to do. So when you actually go to sign up for Google Analytics, you're going to be asked to set up a new account. And these are the series of steps you're going to walk through or go through to set up a new Google Analytics account. So you're going to choose an account name. And then you're going to choose a property name. Okay, so the account name can be anything you want it to be. The name of your company, your name, whatever you want to name it. The property name is really the website name. So what website are we talking about? So here I'm going to set up a fictitious website name for now. It's called Demo Simplilearn. So the URL for this website, Demo Simplilearn, is going to be demo.simplilearn.com. So that's the property. When we talk about properties in analytics, we're really talking about what websites we want to measure. And then you're going to be asked to choose an industry category. And so for Simplilearn, we're in jobs and education. But you have a number of different industries that you could choose from. It's as important. Go ahead and choose the most relevant industry that your particular business is associated with. Okay, and I'm going to talk about why that's important here in a minute. And then you're going to choose your time zone. And the time zone is also important because that's when the day starts in analytics and the day ends based on that time zone. So the data that Google Analytics collects starts and ends with that time zone. So very important to choose the time zone your business is located in. Okay, and then you have some additional options here. Okay, so you have some settings. And so the first setting is to allow Google products and services. So if you opt into this, then basically what Google's going to do is share some products and services with you via email. I would go ahead and opt into that. That's of course recommended by Google. It doesn't hurt to hear from Google on related products and services that may enhance your business. The second is benchmarking. So benchmarking to me is something you should opt into. So going back to that industry and category, we chose jobs and education. So by opting into benchmarking, basically what Google's going to do is share your data that it collects on your website, in this case demo.simplilearn.com. It's going to share that data anonymously with others in the industry, in this case jobs and education. And because you've opted in, it's going to do the same exact thing for you. It's going to share anonymous data on other websites in the same industry. And the benefit of that is we get to see what other websites or how other websites are performing compared to ours. What's the benchmark in our industry? And so the benchmarking to me is important. And I'm going to go over that in a few minutes when we go over the different reports. But to me, I would always opt into benchmarking because this is the only report Google provides in analytics about how others in your industry is performing versus your website. Okay, so it's a way to compare your website performance against others in the same industry. The other options here, technical support and account specialist, I would also recommend you opt into those because then it allows you to basically allow Google access to your account, and they'll be able to help you if you occur or run into any issues. So these are the options in setting up a Google Analytics account. It's very simple, very easy to do. You're just entering in a few fields. Note that we talking about a website right now, so I'm talking about demo.simplylearn.com. But just know that if you want to track a mobile app, Google Analytics will allow you to do that as well. You just choose the option mobile app. So we're tracking a website. We want to know how users behave when they get to my website. And that's what Google Analytics is going to allow us to measure and look at. We just need to do a couple more steps in the process. So once we fill out these fields here, we're going to click Get Tracking ID. Now, I'm going to accept the terms of service. I'm going to accept another terms of service in relation to data protection. I'm going to click accept. Once I accept, I'm going to be able to get some tracking code. The tracking ID is the ID associated with your account. And so this number is going to be associated with your account. So your account ID starts with UA and it's going to be this number here. Now the -1 is the property you set up. So in this case, I set up demo.simplylearn.com. If I wanted to track multiple websites under that same account, then I can certainly set up multiple properties. Just know that every property I set up in that account is going to have a -1, -2, -3, -4, etc., depending on how many properties I set up. So by default, I set up one property, so my first property ID is -1. If I set up a second property, the same account number, it's just going to have a -2. And that's important because that ID, that account and property ID, is going to be associated with that particular property or website. So again, once you finish setting up the account settings, then you're going to be asked to add some tracking code to your site. And that tracking code is going to be related to the account and the property. So notice my tracking ID up here. Notice the tracking ID in the snippet of code. Now, this snippet of code needs to go on every page of your website that you want to track. And you don't have to put it on every page, but if you want to track website behavior on every page of your website, then it needs to go on every page of your website. So if you're using a platform like Drupal or Joomla or even more popular platform like WordPress, adding the tracking code site-wide is as easy as maybe adding a Google Analytics plugin to WordPress, for example, and then just simply plugging in the ID. Now, there's an alternative to adding the Google Analytics tracking code to your site, and that's Google Tag Manager. So Google Tag Manager is the way I would recommend going. So if you're not familiar with Google Tag Manager, I would recommend watching the YouTube video we have on Google Tag Manager. You can just go to YouTube, type in Simply Learn Google Tag Manager, and this will give you a nice overview of what Google Tag Manager is and how it works. But basically, this is the way I would go, and I would recommend that in addition to having Google Analytics, you set up a Google Tag Manager account. And then that way you can put the tracking code in Google Tag Manager. So if I go to Google Tag Manager and I just go into an account on Tag Manager, I can just simply put in the Google Analytics ID right into Tag Manager. And so if I have it in Tag Manager, then Tag Manager is going to be the place that holds the code and fires page view when somebody comes to my website. So that way I don't have to add the tracking code to my website if I do it in Tag Manager. So that's the recommended method for me, is to add the Google Analytics ID associated with Tag Manager. If you can associate it with Tag Manager, then that's the easier route to go versus putting code on your website. Okay, so again, take a look at the video we have on YouTube for Google Tag Manager. That's the route I would go. Now, once you do get the tracking code on your website, whether that be through Google Tag Manager or through a plugin, or just simply adding the script to your site, to pages on your site, then what's going to happen is you're going to start collecting data. So that's ideally the way it works. You need to add this code to your website. Now, if you're not ready to do that and you simply want to basically understand how Google Analytics works, then I would recommend getting access to Google Analytics demo account. And so if you just type in and search Google Analytics demo account, basically what you're going to do, you're going to choose the first listing there and you're going to go to demo account. So if you have a Google Analytics or Google login, then all you need to do is click on access demo account. And so what Google's going to do is put this demo account into your account. And so it's going to look something like this. So if I click on demo account here, it's going to add to my Google Analytics account. So I'm going to have then access to the demo account from Google in Google Analytics. So I would recommend going this route here if you're not familiar, you're not sure what you're getting yourself into. So think of the demo account as kind of a test drive. You're test driving Google Analytics before you even add any code to your website. So again, all you need is a Google account. And if you have a Google account and you add the demo account to your Google Analytics account, you're going to be able to see how analytics works. Okay. And so that's what I would also recommend. So if you're not ready to start adding code to your website, then what you can do is just simply add the demo account. And then once you add the demo account, you're free to peruse around Google Analytics to see the different types of reports it has to offer. Now, when you do actually set up a Google Analytics account, you're going to have some settings that you're going to want to pay attention to. So when you set up the account, you have the account name, and then you have a property. So under each property, you have, by default, you're going to have one view. And so here you can see this view here. So if we look at the account we set up a demo Simplilearn account. Property is demo Simplilearn. So that's associated with the website we're going to track. And then again, by default, under each property, you're going to have a view. And so by default, the name of the view is going to be called All Website Data. And so in that view is where all your analytics data is going to be stored. So you can see my screen here. There's a lot of different settings you have. You have settings under the account, you have settings under the property, and you have settings under the view. So we're going to talk more about these settings in future webinars for advanced Google Analytics users. But for now, know that there's a bunch of settings that you have that you can play around with when it comes to Google Analytics. Anything from adding users to your Google Analytics account, your Google Analytics property or view. You can actually set up goals, you can set up filters, you can set up segments, you can link up Google Ads, you can, set up remarketing list. There's a lot you can do in terms of the settings as it relates to Google Analytics. So know those settings are there. They're located right down here in this little sprocket icon. That's the admin icon. So if you need to get to these settings at any time, you could simply just click on the sprocket or the admin icon, and then you'll be prompted to choose any one of these settings here that you want to edit or alter. So now let's take a look at some Google Analytics reports. So once you've actually set up your account, you have a number of different reports that you have available to you in Google Analytics. So we're going to take a look at customized reports. We're going to look at real-time, audience reports, acquisition, behavior, and conversion. So these are all the different reporting buckets, if you will, that you have available to you in Google Analytics. So if I'm an admin and I'm looking at the Google demo account, let's start out by looking at real-time. So if I click on the real-time report and I just click on overview, so basically what this is going to do is show me at this point in time how many users I actually have active on the website. Okay, so that's why they call it real-time reporting, because it allows you to see the behavior of users who are currently on your website. And so this is the overview report under real-time. And you can see here, I can see that 79% of my users are coming from desktop, 18%, 20% are coming from mobile, and then approximately 3% are coming from tablet. Here I can see how they actually came to the website. So this is the referring source. If they came from, say, search or social, I can see the source there. and I can see what pages they're active on. And then here I can see what locations, where they're located. And so if I want to see a breakdown of everything in the overview, I can certainly do that. If I go to locations under real time, I can see a majority of my users are coming from the United States. Okay, where are they coming from? I'll just click on traffic sources. And here I could see the different sources and mediums. Medium is the means in which the traffic was driven. So if it's Google, it's either paid search or organic search. So I can see here it's organic. Then I can actually see what content they're looking at on my website. So I can see currently I have 3 active users on the home page, 2 active users on the Google's Women's White Tea page, so forth and so on. Now, most importantly, if you have event tracking set up, so if you've taken a look at our Google Tag Manager webinar, you know that you could set up event tracking in Google Analytics to measure engagement on your website, whether that be a form submission or somebody clicking on the play button of a video. So if I click on events, I'll be able to see what events are firing. So here I can see we have event tracking set up, and I can see how many different events are firing on my website in real time. So here I can see e-commerce, somebody clicking on the quick view click, a couple of users clicking on add to cart, a couple of users clicking on the promotion click. And as these events are fired, you're going to be able to see them highlighted. So if something gets fired, it's going to get highlighted. And I could see that these are the current events that I have currently firing on the website. And that's what's currently fired now. If I want to look at the events that have happened in the last 30 minutes, I could just click on this link here, last 30 minutes, and it's going to give me an overview of the events that have happened over the past 30 minutes. Okay, so that's event tracking. And then more importantly, we can also look at what conversions are happening in real time just by clicking on conversions. And so now I could see I had 1 active user who entered the checkout. So that's goal number 4. So in analytics, you can have up to 20 goals. And so here I can see we have goal number 4 has already had 1 active user. And so if I look at the last 30 minutes, I can see I still have only 1 goal over the last 30 minutes, and that was somebody who entered the checkout. So that's real-time reporting. In summary, it just gives you an idea of what's currently happening on your website. And so for me, ideally, if I'm launching a campaign, or let's just say you do a new website redesign and you want to see how users performing and behaving, then real time is a good option for you. So you could see how things are happening in real time. Now let's jump down to audience reporting. So if I click on audience, this is just right underneath real time. I'm going to see a number of different reports available to me under audience. And so let's click on the audience overview report. So audience reporting basically allows us to get a sense of who is coming to our website. When I say who is coming to our website, it doesn't necessarily have to be a specific person. In fact, Google doesn't allow personally identifiable information in Google Analytics. Personal identifiable information such as a specific name, social security number, credit card information, etc. However, we could still paint a nice picture on who is coming to our website, meaning what country, city, or state did they come from, what language, what device did they get to our website from, how old were they, okay, were they male or female or other, what interests did they have, what browser did they use. So we can paint a nice picture based on all this information that Google Analytics is providing us under audience. So if I go to audience overview, here I can see I have all these different options available to me to get a basic understanding of who is coming to our website. So for example, I could see a majority of the people coming to our website speak English and are from the United States. Okay, in fact, that represents 61% of the users. And so Google Analytics does a great job of giving me an overall percentage. So if I have 100% of the users, I could see 61% of those users represented English-speaking users from the United States. 7% represented English-speaking users from Great Britain. And so when it comes to analytics, we have users, and users are broken down into two categories. They're either returning or they're new. So when you add the Google Analytics tracking script to your website, what's going to happen is if a user or when a user goes to your website, they're going to get cookied. And if it's the first time they've been to your website, what Google Analytics is going to do is store a cookie in the browser. So when that same user comes back another day in the same browser, Analytics is going to recognize that that cookie is in the browser. And so then Analytics is going to categorize that user as a returning user. Okay, so that's how Analytics is able to differentiate new versus returning. So if that user doesn't have a cookie in the browser, then Analytics is going to recognize that, store the cookie, and then count that user as a new user. And so when you're looking at Analytics, you're going to be able to see a breakdown of new versus returning. So here I can see over 3/4 of my traffic over the past week. Here I can see April 6th through April 12th, over 3/4 are new users to the website. Here I could see about 24% are returning users. Okay, so I can get a good breakdown of what type of users are coming. Am I driving new traffic? Am I driving traffic that's been to my website before? What language are they speaking? Okay, I can also paint a bigger picture. How old are they? What gender are they? Do they come from mobile? So let's take a look at some of these different reports under audience. And so if I skip down now to demographics, I can click on overview, and when that report loads, I can see now under demographics overview, I can see the breakout of age ranges. And so here I can see the majority of the traffic coming to my site again over the past week. Now, if I want to change this date range, I could simply do that. I can change the date range just by clicking on the date range and then maybe going, say, the last 30 days. And I can even compare it to the previous period or the previous year. I'm going to choose the last 30 days. I'm going to click apply. Now I'm looking at data over the last 30 days. And again, you can change the date range to any range you want. You can only go back as far as when you actually created the Google Analytics account. You can't go prior to that. So here I'm looking at the last 30 days and I can see almost 47% of my users were in the age range of 25 to 34. Now, when it comes to gender, I can see 66% represent males. So I can get a breakout of gender and age as well as interest. I can click on interest and look at the overview there and see what the interest is of the users who are coming to my site based on in-market segments or affinity. I can also choose language and location. So if I want to know exactly where my users are located when they're coming to my website, I can click on location. And here I can get a breakout. 43% of the users of the last 30 days were from the United States. More importantly, I can align my audience with goals. And we'll talk about goals here in a minute, but here I can see if I have an e-commerce website, I can see of those 43%, 0.29% of those converted or purchased something. And that equates to 94 transactions. So I can get a good sense of not only how many users are coming from a specific country, but are those users converting? If I click on mobile, and mobile to me is one of those reports I tend to spend a bit of time on because I want to know what devices users are coming to my website. And so for my website here, or this is the Google demo website, I can see mobile represents approximately 27% of the traffic. So desktop still represents a majority of the traffic. So for you, you want to keep an eye on mobile because mobile is definitely a majority of what people use nowadays. That's how people start their day. That's how they transact via mobile, whether that's purchasing something, communicating, or searching. It all starts with mobile. So you want to keep an eye on mobile, and more importantly, you want to keep an eye on behavior. So Google Analytics is telling me that, yes, I have approximately 27% of my traffic of the last 30 days came from mobile. How are they interacting with my website? So if I look across this report, I'm going to be able to see different metrics. So if I'm measuring specific metrics against my dimension, in this case, the dimension is what we're measuring, and in this example, we're measuring mobile, I can see that the bounce rate is approximately 48%. And bounce rate means that if a user, in this case for mobile, landed on a page, they left the site without going any further. So they consider it a bounce. If they don't go to another page, if they leave the site from the page they landed on and they don't go any further, that's considered a bounce. So a bounce rate is the percentage of people who come to the site and leave the site without going any further. So in this case, we have 48% bounce rate. That's almost half of our users who come from mobile leave the website from the page they landed on. So is that good? Is that bad? Well, it's open to interpretation. It's definitely subjective. But you want to keep the bounce rate as low as possible. You want to keep people on your site, especially if you have an e-commerce website. You want people who come to your website to purchase. And so here we can see 48% mobile. In desktop, it's a little bit lower at 41%. Now, if I look a little bit further at engagement, I can see how many pages on average do mobile users look at. So versus desktop, it's a little bit lower. You can see 3.86. On desktop, it's 4.5. Now, if I look a little bit further in engagement, I want to be able to measure how long somebody from mobile stays on the website. If they're bouncing at 48%, but they're also looking at 3.8 pages, 3.9, almost 4 pages per session, then that means in this report, analytics is telling me they're spending about 2 minutes on the site. And interestingly enough, I can see that mobile over the last 30 days had more transactions. So 51 transactions versus 34 transactions from desktop. And interestingly enough, the e-commerce conversion rate is at 0.29%. That's higher than desktop at 0.07. It's lower than tablet, but it's higher than desktop. And mobile has the most transactions, and since they have the most transactions, they have the most revenue at 2,380. So yes, the engagement isn't exactly as great as it is as desktop, but we can see that people are still purchasing with their mobile devices. So it's something to keep an eye on, and mobile is something I definitely look at. In fact, since it's such an important report, one thing you can do in analytics is if you actually like a report and you think you're going to look at that report multiple times, then you can simply just go ahead and click save at the top here. So if I click save, I'm going to enter a name for this report. I'm just going to call it mobile report and click OK. And then what's going to happen is it's going to be located under Save Reports. And Save Reports is located under Customization. Customization is located above Real Time. Okay, so if I close that up, you can see Audience, Real Time, Customization. If I click on Customization, if I click on Save Reports, I should be able to see my Save Report here, and I do. So here I can see Mobile Report. If I click on it, I can simply go to the report I was looking at before I saved it. So Save Reports to me is a good feature in analytics because it allows you to quickly access a report that you've saved in the past. So let's take a look at one more report under Audience. And let's go to benchmarking. So remember when we were setting up our analytics account, we had the option to opt into benchmarking, and I recommended you do so. And so if you did actually opt into benchmarking, then you're going to be able to see how your site compares to others in the same industry. So if I click on benchmarking and then click on channels, what I'm actually able to do now is compare my website with others in the same industry. So if I go back to say jobs and education, and I choose education, all education as my industry vertical, I should be able to see websites that are in the same particular industry and how I compare with those websites. So I'm choosing all countries. I can narrow that down if I wanted to. I can just search for the United States. I can choose a specific state, and then I can choose a particular site size. So here I'm choosing sites by daily sessions. So these are sites that have an average of 5,000 to almost 10,000 sessions a day. And so in this vertical, education in the United States, sites that have 5,000 to 9,999 sessions per day, that means that there are approximately 310 web properties contributing to this report, okay, based on this criteria I chose. Now, if my site is similar, meaning if I'm in the United States, if I'm in education, and I'm receiving 5,000 to 9,999 sessions per day, then I'm able to compare my site against 310 other websites. Now, Google's sharing this data anonymously from the other websites, and they're doing the same with your website to those particular websites' benchmarking reports. Okay, so it's shared data anonymously in particular industries and verticals. And so now I'm looking at a channel report. So if I want to see how I compare to others in my industry, then I can go ahead and see by channel. For example, am I driving as much traffic as others in my industry? And you can see I'm not. In fact, I'm 76, 77% worse in terms of the amount of traffic being driven from organic search. So anything in red is going to show as a negative result, a negative comparison, whereas something in green is a positive comparison. So if I look at engagement, I can see that I might not be driving as much traffic, but I can see that the pages per session are better than the site average or the industry average. I can see if I go over again, looking just at organic search, I can see the bounce rate is better than the industry average. So the channel report under benchmarking allows you to measure how you compare to others in your industry. And you could do so by looking at location and devices. So if you opted into benchmarking when you set up your account, then you'll be able to compare your website against others in your industry, in your country, region, and based on the size of your website in terms of how many visitors or sessions you're getting per day. So let's go from audience to acquisition. So if audience is who is coming to your website, acquisition allows us to see how the traffic was driven to your website. So how did these users get to our website? And so under acquisition, if we click on overview, we'll be able to see an overview of how users, whether they're returning or new, came to our website. And so what analytics does by default is they have a number of default channels. And when we say channels, we mean analytics is grouping different channels based on how users got to your website. Meaning, how did users get to our website? Did they come via organic search? Meaning, did they type something into Google and find you in the organic listing? Analytics also groups users based on whether they came to your site directly, meaning did they type in the URL directly into the browser, or did they bookmark your website and come back via the bookmark? So they're grouping users under direct. They also group users under referral, meaning did they come from another website? They group users by social. Did they come from a social media platform like Twitter or Facebook? If you're running paid search, meaning if you're running paid search on, say, Google, then do they come from paid search ads? Now, if you're running display ads on, say, Google's network, Google's display network, that's a default channel. So analytics will group users there. So if they don't recognize a channel, then they're going to group it as others. So by default, Google Analytics groups users on how they came to your website via these default channels. And so I could see how many users came to the site from each channel. Now, if I want to drill down on this report, I can click on all traffic. And then if I click on all traffic, I can go to channels. I can look specifically at the channels report. And so now I can see organic search, again, over the last 30 days, is the #1 channel driving traffic. And they represent approximately, again, you can see this number here in parentheses next to the raw number of users. I can see that number is about 56%. So 56% of my traffic over the last 30 days came from organic search. And so those are the number of users. Again, as a metric, you're also going to have sessions. And you'll see sessions a lot as a metric. So users are broken down between new and returning. So every time a new or returning user comes to the website, basically what they're doing is initiating a session. So you can have a user who can come back multiple times. Every time they come back to the website, it's a session. So session is simply the start of somebody coming to your website, and the session ends when they leave the website. And so just like we looked at with the audience reports when it came to mobile, we can also look at engagement by channel. So just like mobile, we looked at bounce rate, pages per session, average session duration. We can do the same thing here with our channel report. More importantly, in addition to behavior, we can see conversions. And since we're running an e-commerce platform, we could see what the conversion rate is by channel. So organic search did drive the most traffic, and they did have the most transactions over the last 30 days. And the conversion rate in this case is 0.17. Okay, so how Google determines the conversion rate? They basically take the number of transactions and divide that by sessions. So that means that over the last 30 days, organic search drove 38,123 sessions. And of those 38,123, 64 actually turned into a transaction, which equates to 0.17, which also equates to 3,000 in revenue. So I'm able to determine not only how users are getting to my website by looking at the channel report, I can actually see if they're engaging and if they are converting. And notice when you look at a report in analytics, you can look at it by channel. You'll also get a summary. So here I can see a summary or a total based on my date range. So I could see over the last 30 days, I've had 54,000 users, 49,000 of them were new. Okay, that meant that out of those 54,000 users, I had 70,000 sessions. I could see my average bounce rate was 43%. The pages per session were just over 4. And the average session duration, how long did somebody stay on my website on average? About 2 minutes and 55 seconds. The average conversion rate was 0.14, and I had a total of 97 transactions totaling $5,500. Okay, and that's all over the last 30 days. So any report you look at in analytics is going to have a summary. And note that any report you look at in analytics is going to allow you to save it. So if it's a report you think you're going to go back and look at a future date, then you simply just have to click on the save button. Conversely, if you don't want to save it, you can simply just export it. So you can export it as a PDF. If I click on PDF, it's going to allow me to export that as a PDF. Now you have other options available to you as well. You can do a Google Sheet. You can export it as an Excel, or you can export it as a comma delimited file. So here you can see I can save it as a PDF if I want to. And if I click OK, it's going to save to my desktop or location of my choosing. And then I can go back and look at it in that format at a later time. So that's the export feature available to you in analytics. Again, if you could save it as well, or you can export it. Okay, some other reports under acquisition. If you're running Google Ads, note that you can connect Google Ads to analytics. And this is key because now I can see how many people are coming from Google Ads to my website, and are they converting? Now this is important because with Google Ads, I'm actually paying for the click. So you can see here, I'm running a report based on campaign data. So I could see what campaigns are driving traffic, how much I'm paying per click, and you can see on average, I'm paying 34 cents per click. And then more importantly, I want to be able to see if they're converting. So you can see I've spent $810 over the last 30 days and received $858 in revenue. So you want to make sure that you link up your Google Ads account to your Google Analytics account. For this very reason, you want to be able to see how your Google Ads campaigns perform once the users get to your website. And so I want to see if they're engaging, and I want to see if they're converting. So there are all sorts of reports under Google Ads. So you can look at it by keywords, by search queries, by hour of the day. If you're running display campaigns, you can look at display targeting. So there's all sorts of reports under Google Ads. You just have to link it up, and you link it up under the admin. Now, there are other reports that you can look at. So if I go to campaigns, I can look at all campaigns. So if you're running all sorts of different types of campaigns, whether that be on Facebook, whether that be email, whether that be, other types of advertising, let's just say Twitter or Instagram, you're going to be able to see those campaigns here. And that's under all campaigns. And again, you'll be able to see the campaign name, and you'll be able to see metrics associated with those campaigns. And more importantly, you'll be able to see your e-commerce if you're running an e-commerce platform, or if you have goals set up. So you'll be able to look at how your campaigns are not only driving traffic, but two, are they converting? Let's go from acquisition reporting to behavior. So behavior reports are going to actually show you how users behaved once they got to your website. Once they landed on a page on your website, how did they behave? So when we looked at audience, we got a sense of who is coming. With acquisition, we get a sense of how the traffic got to our website. Did they come from organic, direct, social, etc.? The behavior reports allow us to actually measure how that traffic behaved once they landed on a page on our website. And so if I go to overview under behavior, now I'm looking at this graph here. It's showing me how many page views I've had. And a page view is simply, once a page is viewed, it's counted as a page view. So if a user comes to my site, they're initiating a session. And if they look at a page, then that page is going to have a page view. Okay, so a user can look at a page multiple times in a session, and every time they look at that page, it's going to count as a page view. So here I can see in this graph how many page views I've had, again, over the last 30 days. And if I look further at my overview report, I can see the specific pages and how many page views they've had. And I can also look at some other metrics. Okay, the average bounce rate, the average time on page. I can look at the exit rate, which means how many people actually exited, or the percentage of people who exited from that page. So I can dig deeper into my behavior reporting. So if I click on site content and I click on all pages, then I'm going to look at a report by page. This is my dimension. This is what I'm measuring, my page. And now I can see how many page views each page had over the last 30 days. Now note, you also have something called unique page views. So unique page views is equivalent to one per session. In other words, if a user came to my site and looked at the home page, then the home page is going to have one unique page view and one page view. Now, if the user in that same session looks at other pages, then every page that user looks at is going to have one unique page view. However, if the user goes back to the same page in the same session, then it's still going to be one unique page view. But in this case, the home page, if they look at the home page a second time, then the home page is going to have two page views. If they look at the home page 5 times in one session, then the home page is going to have 5 total page views and one unique page view. Okay, so that's why unique pages is equivalent to one per session, where page views is an accumulation of how many times the page was viewed in the same session. So in other words, you're always going to have more page views than unique page views. Okay, so this gives me a sense of how my pages performed. So again, I can look at total page views and then engagement. So ideally what you want to do with a report like this is, if a user is not engaging on the page, then that should tell you something about the page itself. If they're not engaging, if the bounce rate's high, if the time on page is low, if the percentage of exit rate is high, then you probably want to do something with that page. Now, these are all pages, but if I jump down to landing pages, my landing page report is showing me how many people actually landed on that page. And so here I can see under my landing page report, I can see the home page had 36,017 sessions in the last 30 days. That's how many people landed on the home page. So here I can see 71% were new sessions, meaning that I had a lot of new users who landed on the homepage. In fact, 25,000 or 52% of the people who landed on the homepage were new. I could see the bounce rates about 42%, but of those who didn't bounce, they went on to look at about 4.5 pages per session and spent about 3 minutes on the site. And the one thing I like about the landing page report is I can also see whether that particular page, in this case, the home page, did it help contribute to a goal or conversion. And in this case, I can see of those 36,000 sessions, I had 22 transactions, totaling 1,200 in revenue, and that's an e-commerce conversion rate of 0.06%. So the homepage over the last 30 days contributed to 0.06% of the revenue. So this gives you an idea of when somebody lands on your website and they land on a page, is that page helping to move that person along? Meaning, are they not bouncing? And is that page helping to move people towards converting? And so that's what the landing page in effect allows us to measure, is the engagement. And in this case, we're measuring transactions. Okay, so analytics also gives us some other reports under behavior, including site speed. So site speed to me is an important report to look at, just like the mobile report. To me, site speed's important because what Google Analytics does is they take a sampling of pages. And in this case, you can see over the last 30 days, they sampled 2,835 page views. And of that sample, they came back and said the average page load time is about 4 seconds. Now, ideally, you want to keep it as quick as possible. I would say even under 3 seconds. Okay, now there are other factors involved with page load time. The browser you're using, the country that you're actually browsing that page from might not have the best infrastructure. You may not even be on the best internet network, meaning you're on a cell network or the Wi-Fi is not that great. Or you can be on a page that just has a lot of images or a lot of code that may slow it down. So there are other factors involved. And so what Google Analytics does is show you what those factors are. So here I can see by browser what the average load time is. If I want to look at country, I could see what country is contributing to the load time. Now, the great thing about the site speed report is if I go to speed suggestions, okay, what speed suggestions is going to do is it's going to show me the page load time by page. And then it's actually going to provide a link where I can actually click on to get suggestions on increasing the page load time. So for example, I can look at this particular page here, this Google redesign shop by brand / YouTube page, line number 5. If I look at line number 5, I can see the average load time of this page is 8 seconds, almost 9 seconds. Okay, that's an eternity to some people. Now, notice this link next to it. So Google's recommending 7 total suggestions. So if I click on 7 total, what it's actually going to do, it's going to open up a new window and it's going to open up another Google report called PageSpeed Insights. And PageSpeed Insights is going to give me some information about what I can do to correct the page load of that particular page. So look at the site speed report. It's important because there is a correlation between site speed or page load time and user behavior of that page. And there's also a correlation between page load time and a page ranking organically on search. So page load time is very important. It's so important that I'm even going to save it. So I'm going to click save and click on site speed suggestions as my name and click OK. And now that report is going to be saved under customization under save reports. Let's jump from behavior to conversions. Now, conversion reporting is arguably the most important section in Google Analytics, because what the conversions reporting allows us to do is see how people are converting, or if they're not converting, on our website. And so in Google Analytics, we have the opportunity to set up goals. Now you have the opportunity to set up 20 goals in your Google Analytics view. And so to set up a goal, okay, so you're going to click on admin, and under the view, you're going to see goals. And so if you don't even have goals, the first step is to create goals. And so you have 4 different goal types in analytics. So you have pages per session. So how many pages per session is, so if your goal is set to say 3 or 2, if somebody actually looked at 2 or 3 pages per session, it's going to count as a goal. Okay, so if I look here, I can see I have pages per session set at 10. So that means that if a user came to the site, looked at more than 10 pages per session, then it's going to count as a goal. Another goal type is destination. So destination means that if somebody actually went to a specific page, then it's going to count as a goal. And in this case, I can see here that the goal is set to this particular page here. And so when somebody actually lands on that page, it's going to count as a goal. Now, there are 2 other goal types we can look at. One is duration. So just like pages per session, in our previous example, if somebody looked at 10 pages per session, it's going to count as a goal. With duration, it's based on time. So in this particular case, if you set up a duration goal, and the duration is set to say 1 minute and 30 seconds, then that means if a user comes to my website and they spend at least 1 minute and 30 seconds, then it's going to count as a goal. Okay, and then the 4th type of goal in Google Analytics is an event-based goal. So when you set up event tracking, you could turn that event into a goal. So if somebody clicks on, say, the submit button of a form, you can turn that event into a goal. So here you could see the category equals contact form. So you can always verify if a goal works just by clicking on verify this goal. And in this case, this event is turned into a goal. So anytime somebody fires this event, it's going to count as a goal. So you have 4 different goal types in Google Analytics. You have pages per session, destination, event, and duration. And so once you've set up a goal, then you can measure goals under conversions. So now if I look at goals overview, I can be able to see how many total goal completions I've had. So if I want to look at it by goal, I can just choose the goal option here. So if I want to look at, for example, goal 2, engaged users, this was the pages per session, I can see that I had a conversion rate of 10%, meaning that I had 7,000 of all the users who came to the website, 7,000 goal completions, meaning 7,106 users looked at 10 pages or more on my website. And so that's how you want to be able to measure whether users, wherever they're coming from, whoever they are, whatever pages they look at, you want to be able to look at the conversion reports to see if they're actually converting based on the goals you've set up, whether that's pages per session, duration, destination, or event. Goal conversion tracking reports can help you measure who is actually converting. And then the great thing about Google Analytics here is that I can actually see by segment. So the default segment in a segment is just looking at a specific user set. So the default segment is always all users. However, I can choose a different segment. So if I want to choose, instead of all users, if I want to choose mobile traffic, I can select mobile traffic, hit apply. So I'm actually now looking at a subset of data. I'm looking at mobile traffic. So if all the mobile users who've come to my site, I can see 1,400 engaged or looked at 10 pages or more. Okay, and that's a 7% conversion rate. So the great thing about Google Analytics is you have the opportunity to set up 4 different goal types. Okay, based on those goal types, you can go to Goals Overview and look at the conversion rate of each goal, but you can also change the segment of that particular goal to see who exactly converted. Okay, another report I like under conversions is the multi-channel funnel report. So if I click on multi-channel funnel, basically what this allows me to do is see how different channels work together to convert. So remember the channel reporting we looked at under acquisition? Here I can see now how different channels work together to drive the conversion. So if I look at 3 channels, direct, organic, and referral, I can see all 3 together drive 2% of the conversions. If I look at direct and referral, 12.5%. If I look at direct and organic, 12.24%. So I can see how different channels work together. And so if I look at top conversion paths as an example, I can actually see how channels work together to drive the conversion. So in this example, I can see over the last 30 days that my top channel grouping was direct times 2, meaning that somebody came to the website directly, meaning they typed in the URL in the browser, or they bookmarked it and came to the site. Okay, they came the first time but didn't convert. But then they came back a second time via direct and then converted. So that combination is my top conversion combination of the last 30 days. My second best conversion grouping is organic search and direct, meaning that a user came to the website via organic search first, did not convert, and then came back via direct the second time and converted. So basically what analytics does is give credit to the last referral, meaning if you came to the website via referral, a referring website, and converted, then the referring website's gonna get the credit for the conversion. But analytics does a good job of showing you how different channels work together. So a channel may drive a lot of traffic like organic search, but that traffic may not convert the first time around for a number of different reasons, whether it could be brand recognition, price shopping, reading content, whatever the case. Analytics is able to measure if that channel actually did contribute at a later point. And in this case, we could see organic search drove traffic that didn't convert, but that traffic came back a second time via direct and did convert. So that's our second best channel grouping. And so the multi-channel funneling report, top conversion paths, to me is a good report to look at. So you can actually see not only how channels work together, but you can see sources and mediums and campaigns and how all those different campaigns and different sources work together to convert. So that's just a good report to look at. There are so many different reports available in analytics. There's so many that we haven't even gotten to yet. So my advice, if you look at the demo report, you can get a feel for each of these reports under each section, whether that be audience, acquisition, behavior, or conversions. Take a look at these reports, see what makes sense to you, see what you can use to improve your website performance. Now, if you have any comments or questions about any of the reports we covered, feel free to comment underneath this video. We're definitely going to have more webinars in the future about specific analytics settings that we didn't get to today and other types of analytics reports and features that we didn't get to today.
On that note, if you are looking to learn Google Ads in depth and become a digital marketing expert, then look no further than Simplilearn's postgraduate program in digital marketing. Gain in-depth knowledge of search engine optimization with this course. You will also learn content marketing, web analytics, keyword management and research, website optimization, and more. Unlock a whole toolbox of skills including SE ranking, Hootsuite, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, Google Ads, and Keyword Planner. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Find the course link in the description box for more information.
How to set up goals in Google Analytics. So for this particular webinar, we're going to jump into Google Analytics directly and spend all of our time there because it's about learning practical application. So goals are important. Goals, let me just say this, goals are in analytics something that should be aligned with your business. And we call goals that are aligned with your business KPIs or key performance indicators. So it's very important as a precursor that you know how to set up goals in Google Analytics, because if you're using Google Analytics, you want to measure everything against the goal. So without further ado, let's jump right into Google Analytics. So if I go to Google Analytics and I log in, okay, what I want to do is go down to admin, click on admin here, and admin will take you to basically a screen that looks like this, where you have an account column, you have your property column, and then you have your view column. Now, the view column is where you're going to go to set up goals. Okay, so every view in every property has up to 20 goals. Okay, so by default in analytics, you're going to have at least one view for your property. So if I have a property, I'm going to have at least one view. But if I happen to set up multiple views like you see here, then I know for every view I set up, I have 20 goals to work with. So where are those goals? So under the view, I'm going to click on goals. And now I can see I have 20 at my disposal. Now you can see here, by clicking on the recording column, I can see I have, in this particular property, this particular view, I have 5 goals that are active. So you can use up to 20, but you don't have to have 20 active, okay? You can have 1 active, 2 active. My recommendation is at least have 1 goal. Again, when you set up a goal, you're going to measure everything in analytics against that goal. Okay, so in this case, we have 5 particular goals we're measuring. So we have 5 active out of 20 total. So if I don't no longer want to use a goal, I can simply just turn it off. If I want to continue using it, just turn it on. Okay, it's that simple. You could turn on and off goals. So here I already have 5 set up. So if you want to set up a new goal, the one thing you need to know in Google Analytics is in order to set up a new goal, okay, you need to have edit access, at least the view level, I would say at the property level. So you want to make sure whoever's in charge of Google Analytics for your organization, or if you're in charge, okay, you simply just want to go to user management, and user management, you want to make sure the email address you're using to log into Google Analytics has at least edit permissions. So you're going to need edit permissions to add new goals. So I have edit permissions. I'm going to go to goals and I want to set up a new goal. But before we jump in and set up a new goal, what is it that we want to achieve? That's really the question we want to ask ourselves. What is the goal of the website? Well, if it's somebody downloading something, okay, are you measuring that download via an event? Okay, are they filling out a form submission before they download? So if they submit that form submission, is that the goal? Or do you have an e-commerce site? Is somebody purchasing something? So these are things you want to ask yourself before you actually set up the goal. What is it that I'm trying to measure? Now, when you actually do go to set up a goal, you're going to click on the red CTA button that says new goal. So analytics actually has some templates set up for you. Okay, you can see them here. Okay, if somebody's registering online or creating an account or reading review, downloading something, sharing something, you could choose all of these options here. What I normally do is choose custom. 99% of the time, I'm just going to choose custom. It doesn't really matter if you use the template or not. It's just a template is basically some free pre-filled configurations, but my recommendation is always just go with custom. You want total control over how to set up your goal. So we already have in mind what type of goal we want to set up. So for example, if somebody goes to fill out a form submission and they go to a thank you page after that, well, what's the URL of that thank you page? We want to be able to track how many people go to that page, because we know if somebody does type in or fill in a form submission and goes to that page, we know that they filled out the form. And so, for example, if I go to continue, I'm going to name my goal first. So I'm going to say thank you page as an example. Notice analytics is assigning an ID. So notice this is goal ID 15. That means that that's the next available goal. There are 20 goals available in analytics. And so what analytics does is they group goals together. So 1 through 5, 6 through 10, 11 through 15, 16 through 20 into goal sets. So for example, goal 16 through 20 is part of goal set 4. And why does Google Analytics combine these goals into different goal sets? Well, because it's easier to measure and look at data by goal sets. So for example, if I jump into any report here, if I go to all traffic channels and I want to measure how many goals by channel, I can look at it by goal set. So if I have goal set 1 selected, then I know any goal I have active in there between goal ID 1 through goal ID 5, I'm going to be able to see those goals in goal set 1. And now I'm going to be able to measure every goal I have active in goal set 1 against the channel. So if I choose goal set 2, whatever goals are active there, goal set 3, etc. Notice I don't have any goals 16 through 20 active that are in goal set 4. Therefore, I don't have that option available to me. So back to admin, the bottom left, navigation, again, goals. Okay, we want to measure somebody going to the thank you page. We have edit access. We're going to choose custom as our goal setup. We're going to type in a goal name. I'm just going to say thank you. Okay, this is goal 15. Now, this is the important part. Google Analytics has 4 different goal types: destination, duration, pages per session, or screens per session. So screens per session is related to mobile because Google Analytics measures mobile app activity. And then you have an event. So we're going to cover all 4 of these, but for the sake of this simple example, I'm going to choose destination. Why? Because if somebody goes to that thank you page, we're going to go ahead and put in the thank you page as the goal URL. So for example, destination is my choice. I'm going to click continue. Now, this is where I'm going to put the URL. So if my URL is just simply thankyou.html, I can just go ahead and put thankyou.html. Or if it's just thank you, then I can just do thank you. Depends on the website, depends on the URI structure. So whatever that URL is, that's what you're going to put in. And when you're done, you can verify it. So what Google Analytics does is actually will verify over the last 7 days if anybody's actually gone to that particular page. So if we click verify, we can see 0% conversion rate. So that tells us that if this is the correct URL, then we've had 0% people go to that page. This is just an example. However, if you didn't see a conversion, then you might want to make sure you check the URL here that you put in. And if you do see a conversion rate, then you know it's working. So Google Analytics actually has options. So we're saying thank you is equal to. So the destination URL is equal to thank you or thankyou.html or thankyou.asp or whatever that thank you page is. Okay, you do have options. So if you have a long URL, you could say begins with, and you could say begins with, say, thank you. So this is the logic. We're going to say, hey, if anybody goes to a URL that begins with thank you, then count it as a goal. Or you could say equals to. So if anybody goes to a URL that equals to thank you, then count it as a goal. You have one more option here, regular expressions. So Google Analytics understands the language of regular expressions. So regular expressions are just special characters used to communicate with Google Analytics in order to hone in on exactly what you're trying to track. So we can always say, starts with or ends with. So we can, use characters like the $, ends with or begins with. So we can always do that. So you can use regular expressions as well if you're familiar with regular expressions. If you're not, then you don't have to use them, but there are special characters that you can insert in that are used as regular expression. So if you're not familiar with regular expression, don't choose that option. You could choose the other option of equals to or begins with. Now note that on all 3 of these options, I didn't put the domain. So if my domain is ama-foundation.org/ and then thank you, I don't need to put the domain because Analytics already knows what domain we're tracking. So you don't have to put in the domain here when you're entering in this case, the goal URL. So you can omit the domain. So when you put in that URL, you know that you have 3 options to work with. And then you always want to verify that goal URL. You always want to verify it, because if you see 0% conversion, and in this case over the last 7 days, then that should tell you something. Either your goal is not set up correctly or you just don't have any conversion. Either way, you want to double check that. Now, when it comes to the destination URL goal, you do have an option here for funnel. So if I turn on funnel, then that means I have the ability to track how people went through my funnel. So if I have a cart and I want to be able to track how many people go in and out of the cart, then I have the option of adding specific pages as part of the cart. So we could say, step 1, which is basically cart. We could say step 2 is billing information. That could be /billing. We could say step 3 is shipping information /shipping. And then step 4 could be, confirm. And that could be /confirmation. So whatever your URL structure is for your cart, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a cart. Basically, all I'm doing is putting in a series of steps with URLs as each step. And why do I want to do that? Because I can then track how many people go through my funnel that I've created. Okay, so here I could see this is my funnel that I've created for this particular goal. Okay, and the funnel is only available for the destination URL. So the funnel is available if you want to see traffic through the goal. Okay, and how people go through the funnel and where they drop off. Now you have an option here to make the first step required. So if you make that first step required, then that means you're measuring the funnel through the first step only. Now, if I turn that off, then I'm measuring the funnel through each step, meaning that I can measure people as they drop in and out of the funnel. Where if it's required, the first step, then I'm only measuring traffic as it enters in the top of the funnel. So you have that option available to you, the funnel. And then for all goals, you do have a value. So if somebody did actually convert, okay, Google Analytics is going to count it as a conversion. And you can assign a value. So if you're not an e-commerce website, then you may want to think about assigning value. If you are an e-commerce website, then Analytics has the ability to track e-commerce revenue for your website. So you don't need to add a value. But in this case, let's just say you're a nonprofit organization and you're collecting donations. And on average, over the past year, every donation that somebody contributed was equal to $5. Well, you can just go ahead and put $5 in there as the value for that goal. So that means that if somebody did go to, in this example, /thank-you and convert, Analytics is going to count it as a goal and then assign $5 value alongside that goal. So if you're non-e-commerce, if you're, say, a nonprofit like this organization, or you're B2B and you want to track some value, then you have that option there. So with the destination URL goal, you have the option of adding a funnel. With all goal types, you have the option of adding a value. All goal types, and we're going to go through the rest of them, you have the option of verifying that goal. So that's the structure of setting up a goal. Destination URL is just one goal type. We're going to talk about the other 3 goal types, because in Google Analytics, there are 4 goal types. Again, destination is one of them. With destination, as you do have the option with all goal types, is you have to be able to choose your logic here. So we're going to cover that with the other 3, but just know when you set up a destination URL goal, you have the option of adding a funnel. Now, when you actually do set up a funnel, what's going to happen is Analytics is going to measure traffic as it goes through the funnel. So where do you look for that funnel information? Well, you want to get out of admin. You want to go to the left side navigation. You want to click on conversions, then goals, then funnel visualization. So based on the funnel you set up, you're going to be able to see traffic as it goes through the funnel. So notice on this particular funnel, we don't have the first step required. Why? Because I could see traffic as it goes in and out of each step of the funnel. So let's go through this funnel and see how people react. So here I can see the first step is the store front page. So over this particular period of time, I had 84 sessions enter the storefront page. So out of those 84, I can see 21 left the storefront page. 63 went on to the next step in the funnel, which is the cart page. I can then see 24 people went on to the cart page directly and 5 exited the site altogether. Okay, so that gave me 87 total. And from 87, I saw that 82 went on to the next page with the next step. What analytics does is they give you a percentage. So in the first step, we had 63 move on to the cart page. Out of 84, that's 75%. So from the cart page to the create your account page, we had 94% move on. So we didn't have anybody enter in the create your account page. We didn't have anybody leave the create your account page. So we have 82%, 82, create your account, and then we have 82 move on to the payment page. So that's 100%. Okay, we have 1 exit. So we have 81 that proceeded to be on the payment page, which was purchase. So 81 of 82 is 98%. And we started with 84. So that gave us, plus the 24 that we accumulated along the way, so that gave us a 75% funnel conversion rate. So 75% of the people who entered in the funnel went on to purchase. Okay, so don't be confused with the overall e-commerce conversion rate. So 75% is the funnel conversion rate. The overall conversion rate for this particular goal is 18.45% over this particular period of time. Why? Because that takes into account all sessions that have gone to the website. So 18% of all traffic went on to convert, but those that did go into the funnel, 75% converted. So that's a look at the funnel. So if you set up a funnel, that's what it's going to look like. You have the option to measure everything from step 1 and beyond, or measure as traffic goes in and out of the funnel. So the purpose of this is we're going to be able to see where traffic drops off, how effective our funnel is, what pages we need to address in that funnel. Okay, so that's the whole point of the funnel, and the funnel is available with the destination URL goal. So if I go back to admin, if I go back to goals under the view, I can actually see what that funnel looks like. So here we chose regular expression. So this is what the URL is. Okay, you can see our funnel in each of the steps we have set up. Notice we're using regular expressions here. And then if we verify this goal, we could see over the past 7 days, 19% conversion rate. So that tells me something's working in this particular, with this particular goal, because we do have a conversion rate. Okay, so that's the destination URL goals. Let's now talk about the other 3 types of goals. So the next goal type we're going to talk about is pages per session. So if you're not sure what type of goal to set up for your website, at the very least, you should try and set up either duration related goal or pages per session related goal. So let's talk about the pages per session. So basically what this goal is going to allow us to measure is, for example, if we set the goal to 3 pages per session, then we're going to be able to measure if how many people went to the site and looked at 3 pages per session. So let's take a look at that goal. So if I open up the goal, here I can see 3 pages per session is what we're naming it. So basically what we're asking analytics to do is anything greater than 2 pages, which would be 3 and beyond, count as a goal. So if anybody comes to the site, looks at more than 2 pages, 3 pages or more, then it's going to count as a goal. And so here we can verify it. So if we verify it over the last 7 days, we could see a 4.12% conversion rate. And that tells me that 4% of my traffic over the last 7 days looked at least 3 pages or more. So you're probably asking yourself, well, what number should I put in for the actual variable? So in this case, we see 2. Well, what you want to do is you want to look at On average, let's just say year to date, you want to make sure you have statistical significance. So you want to look at a period of time. So if you go to analytics, go to audience, okay, and then if you go to overview, and if I change my date range to year to date, I could see on average right now, I have 1.21 pages per session. So that's on average. So we don't want to make our goal 1 page. We don't want to make our goal 2 pages. We want to make it 3. So we want to be able to basically measure at a higher rate. Okay, why do we want to measure at a higher rate? Because if 1.21 is the average, then 2 pages per session really isn't moving the needle. So what we really want to do is get people to stay on the site longer, look at pages more during their session. So look at more pages. And so we want to be able to see what segment of the audience is looking at more pages, what channels driving traffic that's looking at more pages, what pages are contributing to more pages per session. So the whole idea is you want to hone in on what your goal is and see what's working and then see what's not working so you can make adjustments. The whole idea behind Google Analytics is to improve website performance. And so if our average is 1.2, then if we change it to just 2, it may not be good enough. So in this case, we want to up the bar a little bit. So we're going to choose 3. Now you can choose 4 or 5. That's perfectly fine. Just know if your average is 1.2, I wouldn't choose 1 page per session as my goal. And I probably wouldn't choose 2. So I'd set the bar a little bit higher. Now, the third goal type available in Google Analytics is also engagement related, and that's duration. So just like pages per session, we can measure how long somebody stays on the website, and we could set up a goal for that. So in this case, I have a goal set for 1 minute 30 seconds. So my goal type is duration. So if I click continue, then basically I'm asking analytics, in this case, anybody who stays more than 1 minute and 30 seconds on the website, count it as a goal. And so before you actually put in the number of hours, minutes, and seconds, you want to look at that average. So if you go back to audience overview, here I can see 1 minute and 7. So do we want 1 minute and 30? Maybe we could do that. Maybe we can go with 2 minutes. So again, the whole point is you want to set the bar a little bit higher than what the average is. And so here I can see over the last 7 days, if I verify this particular goal, I can see 8% of my traffic over the last 7 days stayed on the site at least 1 minute and 31 seconds. Okay, they stayed greater than 1 minute and 30. And so the whole point is you can hone in because this is a goal. I can go in, this is goal, okay, this is a goal here. And so I could see that this is goal 13. So now I can go to acquisition as an example. I can go to channels as an example. Since this is a goal, this is goal 13. So that would be in goal set 3. So I can actually see what channel is basically driving that goal. Okay. In other words, what channel is driving traffic that is staying on the site at least 1 minute and 30 seconds. And so that's the whole idea behind goals. So likewise for pages per session, we can go into channels. And here I can see we have over this period of time, year to date, pages per session, we have 3% conversion rate. And here I could see, for example, organic search has a 13% conversion rate. Here I could see social media has a 10%. So I could see that people coming from organic search are staying on the site longer, or they're looking at more pages than any other channel. So just like duration or destination or any goal you set up, you can measure that goal against any dimension. Just because it's engagement doesn't mean you can't. You absolutely can. And so the whole point of engagement related goals is to figure out what's driving traffic to the site, but what traffic is engaging. So you want to be able to pinpoint that so you can improve website performance. Now, the fourth goal type available in Google Analytics is an event. So if you click on new goal, you choose custom, click continue, you have the option to choose an event. So an event is something that you can measure on your website that analytics can't measure by default. So if you want to measure PDF downloads or clicks on buttons or clicks on play buttons on a video or click on a submit button or click on an external link, I mean, you can measure pretty much anything with an event. Then you want to be able to turn that event into a goal. So let's quickly summarize what an event is. So again, we want to be able to measure a particular event that happens on the website. So in order to do so, we need to identify that event. So if I go to, for example, this particular website here, and I want to measure how many times somebody clicks on the Donate Now button. Well, if I can measure that as an event. So when you set up an event in analytics, you have to actually assign a category and an action for that event. So that's the first thing you need to do when you identify an event related goal. First, you need to set up the event. In order to set up the event, you need to assign a category and action. Okay, so once you identify what you want to track as an event on your website, you're actually going to go in a tag manager or have your webmaster go in a tag manager and set up a tag. And in that tag, they're going to assign that particular category and action. And so here you can see we have this set up. Our category is named Donate Now and our action is click. And that's what we want to do. We want to measure how many people click on that Donate Now button. So anytime somebody does that, then the category Donate Now is going to appear in analytics with the action click. So when you actually do set up an event, you can go into analytics and you could test that event. So if I go to the website and I click Donate Now, okay, the reason why I have this as an event is because I'm taking to a third-party website to handle the donations. So here I can go into analytics and now I can see a category is being fired for header donate with the action click. So that's my category and that's my action. So that category and action is what is firing after somebody clicks on that Donate Now button. So if I want to turn this event into a goal, I can easily do that. Now that I've set up the event, now that I've identified the category and action, I want to go back to admin and set up the event with these parameters in place. So just turns out we already have the goal set up. So let's go through how this goal was set up. So first, we chose custom, we chose event, we gave it a name. So as a best practice, when you actually set up a goal as an event or turn an event into a goal, I would add the prefix event : to it. And then that way, when you're identifying goals in your reporting, you know it's an event. So I'm going to click continue. And now that I actually have set up the event already in Google Tag Manager, I've given it a category, I've given it an action. Okay, see here you can see we have a regular expression set up. So anything with the header donate or donate is going to fire this goal. So over the last 7 days, I have a 0.81% conversion rate. Okay, I could have easily put in equals to and put in whatever the action or the category, which is Donate Now. Or I could have put action equals click. I could have done that as well. So let me show you another example here. So if I do this, custom, continue, event, Donate Now. Here's my goal ID. It's going to be an event. So all I need to do is put in the category and action. So Donate Now and then click. So that's all I have to do. And that's my goal. So I can verify it, okay, to see if anybody's fired it. And basically that's what I need to do to turn that event into a goal. Okay, so you need to set up for an event. First, you need to identify the event, set it up in Google Tag Manager, which is another platform. And once you've done that, then you have your category in action. Once you have your category in action, you're again going to go into analytics and then simply put in that category and action into the appropriate fields to set up your event related goal. Now, all events don't have to be turned into a goal. If you actually do set up an event and you're just not worthy of a goal, meaning it's not a KPI or doesn't align with your business goals, well, don't fret. You can always just go to behavior. Okay, you can always go to events. You can always go to overview and measure your events that way. So here you can see all of our events that are fired. Now we do have this one turned into a goal. So if it's important for our business, then we want to make sure we convert that particular event into a goal. Okay, if it's not important, for example, somebody's just clicking on a social button, then you don't necessarily have to turn that event into a goal if you don't want to. Know that it's sitting here under events, under behavior. So the point I'm trying to make here, if it's important to your business and you're already tracking it as an event via Google Tag Manager, then feel free to turn it into a goal. All you need is that category. All you need is that action. And so one final note on that event related goal, just like any other goal, you can add a value. Okay, so if I have an event set up, I can choose to add a value here. Or in Google Tag Manager, if I've assigned a value to that event, so if I go back to the actual event in Google Tag Manager, you can see I have a value set up for $1. Then I could just go into analytics and say, you know what? I already have the value added. So go ahead and use the value added in Google Tag Manager. Okay, so I'm going to choose yes. Now if I choose no, I have the option to add the value here, just like I would with any other goal. So just keep that in mind. You can add a value to any goal type. With an event related goal, you can add the value right into the tag in Google Tag Manager, just as I've done here. So remember, when you actually set up your goals, whether it's a destination, pages per session, duration, or an event, you can just go ahead and choose that goal set that it's in and measure any dimension against that particular goal. So here I can see e-newsletter signups by channel. I can go into another goal set. Here I can see contact form submissions. Okay, I can see what particular channels driving contact form submissions. Okay, so just know that you can align a goal against any dimension. So if you have e-commerce, you don't have to set up a goal for that. That's separate. But if you want to take a look at your goals and analytics on its own, you can just go to Conversions, Goals, Overview. Here, I can actually get a good sense of how my goals are performing over a period of time. So again, if I choose, for example, year to date, now I can see, based on the goals I've set up, how many total goal completions, value, which takes into account the value we've added into these goals. Okay, the total conversion rate. And here I can see it broken down by the goal I actually have set up. And I can see it by page, or I could see it by source and medium. So I could see Google Organic is driving the most goal completions, then Google CPC, Direct, and then I could see some others in here as well, contributing to goals. Now, I do want to point your attention to another report in Google Analytics that does take into account goals, and that's multi-channel funneling. So again, under conversion goals, multi-channel funnels, if I go to assisted conversions, I can actually see what channel in this example is assisting with the conversions I've set up. And so what do we mean by assisted conversions? Well, that means that if a channel, let's just say organic search, drove traffic to the website, and that traffic didn't convert when it arrived at the website and left, but it came back a week later via another channel, let's just say email. And when they came back via email, they did convert during that session. Well, what analytics does is they give an assist to organic search because they help drive the traffic to the website. So it's similar to the game of basketball. If I have the ball and I pass it to my colleague and my colleague's the one who scores because they had the ball last, well, they get the credit for the point, i.e. the conversion, but I get an assist. And so analytics works the same way. They're always going to give credit to the last click or direct conversion, but they will give credits to the channel in this case that assisted with the conversion. So that's under assisted conversion. And that's based on the goals you have set up. You can highlight any particular goal here. If I want to hone in on, say, the donate clicks only, then I'm going to be able to see what contributed to that particular goal. So there's another report in here, top conversion paths, that I think is important. So after you set up your goals, you can actually see what channels in this particular example help to drive conversions. Again, this is year to date. So I can see all the different combinations of channels that work together to contribute to a conversion. So again, I can choose a specific goal, or I can choose all my goals. So those two reports are under multi-channel funneling. There's also another report that I think is good, and that's time lag, meaning how long did it actually take somebody to convert. So here you can see most of our conversions, 265 year to date, happen on the day somebody arrived on the website. But I could see I did get some conversions a day later, 2 days later, etc. So you have time lag, top conversion paths, assisted conversions. They're all under multi-channel funneling, and they're all available after you set up at least one goal. And so if you're not sure what goal to set up, okay, don't fret. You can always at least set up an engagement related goal. So that's available to you. Duration, pages per session. You also have destination and event tracking. And they're all available to you. You have 20 available per view. Now, if you're not quite sure exactly what type of goal to set up, there is an option available in analytics, and that's the gallery. So you can always import a goal from the gallery. So in other words, we could take a look at what other people have set up in terms of goals. So you just have to click on the button import from gallery, and it'll take you to the gallery, and you'll be able to see what other goals others have set up. How to set up event tracking in Google Analytics. So welcome, and let's get started. So many of you out there have a website similar to the one I'm looking at now. This is a nonprofit that I work with, I'm a foundation, and like this website and probably like your website, you probably have some interactivity on there that needs to be tracked. For example, buttons. If you have buttons like this one that says donate or newsletter sign up, or there's a PDF download, or a video that needs to be, tracked based on the amount of people who click on the play button. So, all sorts of activity on a website. Have you ever wondered how to track that? Well, there is a way to track that, because by default, Google Analytics can't track interactivity and engagement on your website like you probably want to have your website tracked. So if you have buttons and videos and things of that nature that you want to have tracked, well, you're going to need event tracking. And if you're in analytics and you're always wandering around the data and you happen to find yourself under events, well, if you want events on your website and you want data to populate under behavior top events, you're going to need to set up event tracking. So event tracking is a two-part process, and we're going to talk about that two-part process. The first part of that is to identify what you want to track. Okay, so if we go back to our example website here, I'm a foundation. Again, we noted there's a lot to track here. We got a donate now button, we got a newsletter sign up, we have some social icons. Okay, we got a donate now button here, we got a play button here, we got all sorts of interactivity. We got a button here that says, purchase tickets for an upcoming event. I can go throughout the website and find different buttons and things to track. Let me just say this, there's no shortage of what you can track on your website with event tracking. So event tracking is just basically, in layman's terms, tracking engagement on your site. Because Google Analytics by default is only going to track page view data, meaning how somebody got to your website, what page they looked at, how long they stayed on that page, what page they left from. More or less, they're timing how long somebody stays on the website and what pages they look at. So there's more to a website than just how long somebody stayed on a page. And so in this example, we want to be able to track everything here, not just the donate now button, but everything, because once you get the hang of event tracking, then it's very easy to set up. Okay, so step one, identify what you want to track. Okay, so there's a lot we want to track. We're just going to use one example to start off with, and that's going to be this Donate Now button. Okay, so this Donate Now button we want to track. Now, we have a newsletter sign up, we have Facebook, and that's fine. You could track all that. But for the sake of going through a step-by-step process today, let's just focus on the Donate Now button. Let's focus on the Donate Now button, then we'll come back and start tracking these other things. But this is what we want to track to start out with. Okay, so step one, identify what you want to track. Now, when it comes to tracking events on a website, you want to identify those events. So we did that by choosing this Donate Now button. Now, once we identify what we want to track, we need to assign 2 parameters for that event. So with event tracking, you have 3 parameters, but one is actually optional. So you have 2 mandatory parameters that you have to assign to everything you want to track on your website. And that's the category and then the action. So event label is the 3rd parameter, but again, that's optional. Okay, so basically, when we identify an event on our website, we want to assign it a category and an action. Okay, so why do we want to assign it a category and an action? Because when we're in analytics, under behavior, under events, top events, we could see we have different categories here. And we have different actions, we have different labels. So if I click on any one of these dimensions, I'm going to be able to see some of the parameters I've entered in for previous events I'm tracking. Okay, so the whole idea is you want to be able to group different events together into a category and assign an action and assign a label to it. That's really what you're doing. You're just grouping and identifying the events you're trying to track. And so in this case, I have this Donate Now button sitting in the header. Okay, in fact, I have a lot of things sitting in the header. So if I wanted to, and I want to track all these buttons, I can create a category called header. And then if I track all these buttons can sit in that same category if I wanted to. Or I can create a separate category for each of these buttons. It's up to you how you organize your categories, because basically all you're doing is giving a name to what you're trying to track. And the name is equivalent to a category. So in this case, the Donate Now button is very important. I'm just going to call it category header donate. Now, I need to give an action to each category. And so in this case, I'm just going to say click, because that's what the action is doing. It's somebody's taking the action of clicking. Now, if it's a video and it's a play button, I can assign an action of play. It's up to you whatever you name these parameters. You just need to be organized and methodical about what you name it. That's all. And so in this case, header donate and then click. Okay, and so that's our category in action. And so that's really step 2. So step 1, identify what you want to track. Step 2, assign a category, action, and or label. But remember, label is optional. So if I go back in analytics here, I could see some categories. And if I click on action, I could see some actions that I've named. Now, step 3. So we've identified in step 1 what we want to track. We've assigned a category and action. So step 3 is going into Google Tag Manager to set up the event. Okay, so if you're not familiar with Google Tag Manager, then you can easily just do a Google search for Google Tag Manager, and basically you'll have all sorts of information on it. There's a good video overview of Tag Manager here that you can watch. So Tag Manager basically is what we want to use to set up event tracking. Now, Tag Manager is used for a lot of different things, but the main thing we're doing here is setting up an event for our website. And so I'm logged in to the same email address I'm using for analytics. Okay, so now I'm in Tag Manager and I want to set up my event for this Donate Now button. So what do I need to do? Well, for every event I want to set up, I need to set up a tag. Okay, so if I go to tags, I can see I already have some tags set up, and some of these are events. And so when you actually set up a tag, I recommend having a naming convention. So Here you can see any event we set up. We start out by calling it GA-event- whatever it is we're trying to set up. And so in this case, we want to set up a new tag for the Donate Now button on our website. So we're in Google Tag Manager because Tag Manager is what's going to fire that event. So if I click on New, okay, and I click on Tag Configuration, I'm going to choose Google Analytics. And then I'm going to choose Event as my track type. So we want the data to show up in Google Analytics, and we're tracking an event. We're not tracking a page view, we're tracking an event. And so now, remember in step 2, you identified what you want to call that category, you identify what you want to call that action, and you have some optional parameters like label. So first things first, header donates, the name of our category, and our action is click. And if you want to add in a label and a value, so if you want to assign a value, you can. If you want to add in a label, you can. Okay, those are optional. So you just need to focus on category and action. And then the last setting here that's probably worth mentioning is a non-interaction hit. Okay, so this is automatically set to false. And why is it set to false? Because it's a non-interaction? No, that's false. We want this event, if somebody clicks on the header donate, to be an interaction. So for example, if I land on this page here and I click on that donate now button that I'm tracking as an event, and I actually leave the site, because I have my settings set to false, I want that click to be an interaction, then analytics is not going to count a bounce. If I change it to true, so from false to true, then that means it is going to be a non-interaction if somebody lands on the page and if somebody clicks on the button. So I don't want it to be a bounce. I want it to be an interaction. So my advice is leave it set to false. We're going to choose Google Analytics as our setting here. This is our variable for Google Analytics. So in other words, that variable is set to our analytics property ID. And more or less, that's what you need to do to set up the tag, okay? You need to, in step 2, identify the category and action, and or label, and or value. Now, value can be anything you want. You're assigning a numerical value, so if you just assign 1, anytime that event fires in analytics, it's going to have a value of 1. Okay, and so we have our non-interaction set to false. So anytime the event fires, it's going to count as an interaction and therefore not count as a bounce if somebody landed on that page. So that's more or less all you need to do to set up the tag in Google Tag Manager. Now, if somebody else is setting up the tag for you, then again, you want to revert to step 2. You want to be able to give that person the appropriate category, action, and or label, and or value. Why? Because you're the one that's going to be going into Google Analytics, and you're the one that's going to have to go to behavior, events, top events, and look for the particular category and action and or label. So you need to be able to communicate that information to whomever is setting up the tag. Now, if it's you, great. You already know what it is because you're entering that information into Tag Manager. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and choose a variable for my label parameter. And why do I want to do that? Because in Tag Manager, I have something at my disposal called variables. And variables allow you to see specifically things that are being tracked. So in this case, I chose page path. Okay, so page path is a URL. And why did I choose page path as my variable for the parameter label? Because if somebody does click on the header donate button, and the header donate button on our website is on every page. So if I go to the children's page, I'm still going to see that header donate button. And so for me, I want to be able to see what page somebody clicked on that header donate button. And so this allows me to actually see in Google Analytics what page somebody clicked on the header donate now button. And so now if I go back to GTM, Google Tag Manager, I have a category, I have an action, and I have a label, which is a variable. Okay, so note that in Google Tag Manager, you have a lot of different variables at your disposal. And variables are there to help you identify specifically what is being tracked. So take a look at all the variables at your disposal in Tag Manager. In this example, I'm using page path. So now, once you set up your tag, pretty straightforward. Again, tag types, Google Analytics. Track type is event. You are assigning the category, action, and/or label, and/or value. You're changing or leaving the default in place for non-interaction hit. And then you're choosing the variable for Google Analytics, which is your property ID. So once you've done that, you have a tag. The second part of setting up a tag is to assign a trigger to that tag. So Tag Manager needs to be able to know when to fire that event. And so here I'm going to look at a trigger I've already set up for this particular event. And so if I click on it, I'll be able to see that what it is a click on some links, not all links, but some links. I'm actually saying, hey, Google Tag Manager, fire this event when the click ID equals header donate button. Now, it just so happens that if somebody did click on this donate now button, they're going to go to another website. In this case, networkforgood.com. So in Tag Manager, I could have set the trigger to equal URL equal, instead of click ID, I could have said URL equal networkforgood.com. So that could have been my logic for my trigger. In this case, I decided to go with the click ID. And so in this case, that button has an ID associated with it called header donate button. So if you wanted to use click ID for your event, for your button, you could simply just go to the website. You can right click on that button and click inspect element. And so when I actually inspect the element, I can see now the button here. You can see it's highlighted in the upper pane, and in the lower pane, I can see where it's linking to. It's linking to networkforgood.com. But here you can see if I hone in a little, I could see ID equals header-donate-button. So that's the click ID. Notice there's also a class. I could have set the trigger to equal this class. Or again, I could have set the trigger to equal the URL or the page that this button is pointing to. I could have chosen any one of those, but I decided to go with the ID. So this is the ID I chose, and that's the ID I have in my trigger. Okay, so that is what's going to fire that event. So if somebody clicks on a button that equals header-donate-button, it's going to fire that event, which is going to equal category, header donate, action click, and then the label is going to be page path. So now that we've set up our event, we want to test to see if it actually works. So there's two ways to go about testing an event. And the first way is through Google Analytics. So if we go to Google Analytics and then we go to real time, okay, we can go to events, and here you can see one is already fired. So let's go ahead and go to and test this and go to the website. So if I go here, for example, and I click on Amagar alumni. Okay, so if I click on that, you can see I'm under our family. And if I click on that button, then go back to analytics and look at real time, I should be able to see this event fire. So if I click on it, I'm going to go to Network for Good. Now if I go back to analytics, here in real time, under events, per second, I can see that event firing. Category equals header donate. The action equals click. Now if I click on the category, here I can see the label. The label, remember, was page path. And here you could see this event fired on the Our Family page, which was the page I was just on. So that's one way to test to see if your event works. And in this case, analytics recognized the event, so it works, it fired, and so therefore it's going to show up under behavior, under events. You can go under overview or top events. Okay, and what am I going to look for? In this case, I'm going to look for header donate. Okay, if I click on header donate as my category, I'm going to be able to see my action. And if I click on action, I'll be able to see my label. In this case, homepage. And then later on, when the data propagates in analytics, I'll be able to see under label, the page that I clicked on that header donate button, which is /our_family. Okay, the second way in which you can test to see if an event fires is if you preview. So if I click on preview in Tag Manager, okay, I'm going to go into preview mode. Okay, and preview mode allows you to see in analytics, in Tag Manager, and on the website what tags are firing. So here I could see I'm in preview mode now. So I'm going to go to the website and I'm going to refresh, and in my browser, same browser I'm using for Tag Manager, I can see the tags that are being fired on this page already. Okay, because I'm in preview mode. So here I could see remarketing, I could see page views, I could see Google Optimize, I could see some tags that are already firing on this page. Now, if I click on this button here by holding down my Shift command and then click on that button, I'll be able to see that the tag fired in preview mode. There's my event, header donate, and I can see it fired. So now I can see it fired in the preview mode. So in addition to Google Analytics, in preview mode, I can see that that tag is fired and I know that it's working. So there you have it. You have two ways to test to see if the event fires. Again, you have real time and analytics. Okay, so in real time, if you just go up to real time, all you need to do is go down to events, go to your website, click on the button. If you see it firing in real time, then you know it works. The second version or second way to test your event is through the preview mode. Okay, if you see it firing in preview mode, then you know it's also working. Okay, so let's rehash our steps. First step is we want to be able to identify what we want to track. Okay, so it could be this newsletter sign up, it could be click on a Facebook, it could be anything we want to be able to track. An image, a click on a CTA button, whatever we want to track, identify it. Second step, identify the category, action, and label, because that's what's going to show up in Google Analytics. Remember, label is optional, value is optional. Third step, go into Tag Manager, actually set up your tag and your trigger. So if you set up a tag and it's an event, name it GA-event. So that way you can see in your list of tags in Tag Manager what event tracking you have already set up. So when you set up your tag, you set up your trigger. Your trigger is based on logic. That can be a URL, it can be a click ID, it can be a class ID, whatever you want to use to fire that event. And then once you do that, you want to test it. You could test it in GTM or you could test it in Google Analytics. If it doesn't fire, you want to tweak your trigger. If it does fire, then great. And then one thing I would recommend is if you're setting up various events for your website, as a best practice, what I would recommend is set up a spreadsheet. And in that spreadsheet, you want to put a note. What's firing? What are you doing to fire? It could be, in this case, when somebody clicks on the Donate Now button in the header. You want to put the tag name in here, the type. Okay, then you want to record your category, action, and label. And then the great thing about events is you could turn those events into goals. And that's as simple as going back into analytics. Okay, so if I go in analytics and I go to admin and I go to goals, if you set up a new goal, okay, all you need to do is choose custom, click continue. You're going to choose event as your goal name. And then from a naming perspective in Google Analytics for your goal, I would definitely put event first and then click on header donate. Okay, so if I click now continue, what is my category? It's equal to header donate. My action is click. And so I can verify to see if this is working. And here I can see in analytics that the goal would have a 0.22% conversion rate. So that tells me that the goal is working and I can turn this event into a goal. And when you turn something into a goal in analytics, then you can measure it across all dimensions. That's what I would recommend if the event is equal to a KPI or business goal, or it's of importance. It's something you really want to measure. Okay, if it's just a click, say on a Facebook button, I wouldn't recommend setting that up as a goal. Okay, so once you've set up your event, you recorded it in your spreadsheet, it's firing, you want to be able to then go back into behavior, back into events. Okay, you can go to top events. Okay, so top events tell you by category as a default what events are firing or what category is firing the most. Okay, so if I choose my date range, here I can just go to year to date. So here I can see my header donate button, fortunately for me, has the most total events. Now notice in analytics, you'll also see unique events. And so the difference between unique events and total events is that unique events are equivalent to 1 per session, where total events means that somebody can come to your website, initiate a session, and click on that button multiple times in the same session. So if I go to the Alma Foundation website, okay, I can click on that Donate Now button 3 or 4 or 5 different times in the same session. So what analytics is going to do is actually, in that session, count it once, but accumulate the number of clicks as a total event for that session. So you're always going to have more total events than unique events, because in some cases, users may click on the button more than once in the same session. And so here I can see total events, unique events, and if I added a value to that event, I should be able to see it here. So if I added $1 as an example to this particular event, because it had 164 unique events, I should be able to see 164 as my value. But since I see 0, that means that I did not assign value. And so average value basically is just giving me how much average I have per event. So it's taking into account the number of, or the value, the total value divided by the total number of unique page views or sessions. And so because I don't have value, I'm not going to have average value. But here you could see, because value is optional, here I can at least see how many events or how many clicks I receive for a particular button. Again, it could be a video. If I clicked on this video as an example, I can see how many people actually started it. I can see the unique and the total events. And if I click on label, if I have a label assigned, then I'll be able to see what page triggered that event. So if we go back again to our header donate button, back to category, if we click on label as our primary dimension, here we can see the home page had the most unique events, then followed by the children's page, the contact form, etc. So what you can do in analytics, you can also look at the pages that have driven events. So here I can see the home page has accumulated the most total events, followed by the contact us. So that's how you would look at the data in Google Analytics. Under behavior, under events, and then under top events or overview is where you can start analyzing your event tracking. So first you need to do, identify it, assign a category, action, and or label, set up that tag and trigger. Once you do that, once you test that it's working, this is where you're going to go to analyze the data.
On that note, if you are looking to learn Google Ads in depth and become a digital marketing expert, then look no further than Simplilearn's postgraduate program in digital marketing. Gain in-depth knowledge of search engine optimization with this course. You will also learn content marketing, web analytics, keyword management and research, website optimization, and more. Unlock a whole toolbox of skills including SE ranking, Hootsuite, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, Google Ads, and Keyword Planner. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Find the course link in the description box for more information.
Google Tag Manager. Thanks for joining, and let's get started with this Simplilearn webinar. So let's start out with why GTM. So let's just say you're Sam and you have your own e-commerce website and you want to understand how people are interacting with your website. Well, Sam, today's world of websites contain a lot of interactivity, everything from videos to PDF downloads to commenting to form submissions to all sorts of chat functionality, interactivity going on throughout the website. So there's just a lot that you need to track outside of just page views. And so really what GTM does is they help you track all these things I just mentioned. Everything from somebody clicking on the play button of a PDF to somebody clicking on the submit button of a form to somebody entering in something on a chat function. So that's what GTM is. So why GTM? Because it helps us track all that interactivity. So all GTM is really allows you to really place a piece of Java code, which is just script, and this script that's added to a web page to collect information. So that's really what a tag is. It's just some script that gets put on a web page in order for you to collect information, like page views, clicks, etc. And they send it to third-party tools. Okay, so that's what GTM does. It basically allows you to take all these tags that collect information and you can use them in GTM. So if you want to, for example, collect how many people, enter a chat functionality and start chatting. Well, you're going to take that script and you're going to put it in GTM, and GTM will then allow you to start tracking that information. So that's really what GTM is. It just allows you to put tags into a container, or think of it as a toy box. You have all these toys and you want to track, well, you can put all those toys or tags in a toy box or container. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But before we get into GTM, let's just say you're communicating with your developer and there's a new user request on your webpage and you want to update the tag. Well, your developer, considering it's probably a small update to your website, is probably gonna not hesitate and is going to go ahead and turn around and do it normally. And so normally what happens is the developer is going to go to the website and update the tag. Well, what if you have a few things that you want to track? All those things I mentioned before, from downloads to clicks to, somebody checking out to watching a video. Well, your webmaster, your web developer is going to go, well, hold on a second. Now, all these requests are going to take time. I need to put them into the work queue, so to speak. Well, what happens is when they go into work queue, usually it's going to take some time. And in some cases, you as a marketer need to launch a campaign. And you want to get that tracking added to the website in time for the campaign launch. So you want to go ahead and quickly turn around the tracking for that particular campaign. Let's just say you're launching a campaign and you're sending people to a landing page that has a form submission. And you want to be able to track how many people click on the submit button of that form submission. Well, if you need to turn that around, your developer's like, well, I need to put that in a work queue. The timing isn't going to always work out between you and your developer, is my point. And so that's where GTM comes in. Because there is a solution to update your tags faster, and that's Google Tag Manager. So when we say GTM, that's what GTM stands for, Google Tag Manager. It's a place for you to add tags quickly and easily. So tags, remember, are just snippets of code that allow you to track things on your website interactively. And basically, when you have GTM, you can bypass the webmaster and do it quickly and easily. So that's what GTM is all about. So why GTM? Because we just identified two benefits. One, you could track all the interactivity on your website. And two, you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And so that's the benefit of GTM. So the benefit, you get those tags updated very quickly via Google Tag Manager. Okay, so that's what Tag Manager is. So what we're going to talk about today is specifically what Tag Manager is and what it does. We're going to list some of the benefits of Tag Manager. We're going to show you how it works, and then we're going to show you how to get started with Tag Manager. Tag Manager, if you're not familiar with working with webmasters and dealing with JavaScript and tags and all this jargon is just new to you today, okay, well, don't fret, sit back. We're going to take it slow. This is an introduction into Google Tag Manager. Again, let's start out with what is Tag Manager. So we've already introduced it to some degree because we already introduced it as a tool where you can put all your tags into a toolbox, toy box, or container, so to speak, right? And we already mentioned that, hey, you can bypass your webmaster. So you're probably thinking, well, if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, how can I bypass my webmaster? Well, first of all, it's a free tool and it's a Google tool, hence the name Google Tag Manager. And it helps you really, that's the main point, is deploy and track tags on your website, bypassing your webmaster. So that's Tag Manager. And so examples of tags that can be deployed via Google Tag Manager are numerous. These are just some examples like Google Analytics, Facebook's pixel tracking, or Google Ads. There's no limit into the number of tags you can track in Tag Manager. There is no limit. You can add any number of tracking tags in Tag Manager. Okay, so some of the benefits, well, again, we just listed two. You can put any tag into Tag Manager and track that onto your website. And we know you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And what it also does is it also allows you to test and deploy your JavaScript codes quicker. So remember, these JavaScript codes or snippets of codes are just there to track certain things on your website, whether that be a page view or somebody clicking on a play button or tracking somebody who converts or even just goes to your website. So the biggest benefit is you can take that snippet of code, let's just say Facebook. Let's just say you're doing Facebook marketing and you want to put that Facebook pixel on your website so that you could track people who come from Facebook and convert. Well, you don't need to put that Facebook pixel on your website. You can go right to Tag Manager and you can put that snippet of code right in Tag Manager really quickly. And the other benefit here is all tags are managed in one place. And that to me is really a good benefit, because when you start adding tags on your website and you have some tags in Tag Manager, it just gets very confusing. So ideally, all the tracking code you have on your website needs to be in Tag Manager. Think about that. All the tracking. So if you're doing Bing or you're doing Facebook or you're doing Twitter or you're doing LinkedIn and you're doing Google, you're doing all this type of marketing on all these different platforms, you're going to have tracking code for all these different platforms. And instead of putting all that code on your website, return going to slow down the load time of your web page and website. You want to put them all in Tag Manager so they can be organized and you know exactly what you're trying to track. And the other great benefit of Tag Manager is there's a versioning control. So let's just say you have added tags to your website via GTM for the last 6 months. Well, and let's just say you add another tag yesterday. If you added that tag yesterday and something doesn't work, well, you can just roll back to a previous version. It's that simple. So you have versioning, and that's a good thing. When you have versioning, you can control what gets published, and if something doesn't work after it gets published, then you can roll back to a previous version. So it's a peace of mind, so to speak. Just because you've added code to your site, there's no guarantee it's going to work. And so you can always control what version you're dealing with in Tag Manager. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. So the biggest benefit here to me with Tag Manager is you have event tracking. And so we talked about some of the things you could track on your website, from videos, from play buttons to somebody clicking on the stop on the video or pausing it, all the way to somebody, again, chatting, or let's just say somebody clicking on that purchase button on your website. Okay, and you want to track all these different things, these different interactivities and buttons. Well, event tracking is what you're going to use to track all those buttons. And to me, this is the biggest benefit of Tag Manager. And I'll show you some examples as we go along. And if we didn't mention it already, I'll mention it again. It is free. Tag Manager is free. There's no limit. So once you have Tag Manager going, you can add as many tracking codes as you want. There's no limit on the number of tracking codes you can add to Tag Manager. Okay, so it's free and you can use it to its fullest advantage. Okay, so it's also high security, meaning that it has different levels of permissions. Okay, so you can have somebody just go in and look at the different tags and tracking codes you have in GTM, or you can ask somebody who is very familiar with Tag Manager and can go in and add the tracking code to Tag Manager and then publish that tracking code when it gets added. So those are all the benefits. Let's talk about how it works now. Specifically, how does Tag Manager work? Because you're like, Rob, okay, again, a lot of jargon. You know, you got tags and JavaScript and versioning and publishing and all this other stuff. Well, I know I'm throwing a lot at you at once, but just bear with me here. Okay, so let's start talking about how it actually works. So you have a website, okay? Whatever that domain is, you have a website, and there's chances are on your website you have some form of interactivity, whether that be a video, whether that be a blog, whether it be a form submission. You have a website with some interactivity. And let's just say you're even thinking about getting ready to launch some type of campaign on maybe Google or Facebook, and you want to drive traffic to your website. Fair enough. You're joining the millions of other websites that are out there that have interactivity that also drive traffic to the website. So in comes Google Tag Manager. And so Tag Manager is important because, again, we know we want to track people coming from that Facebook campaign or that Google campaign and interacting with our site. So if you are running Facebook and you are running Google Analytics, well, guess what? You want to put that tracking code in Tag Manager. So Google Analytics, being a Google product, works very nicely with Tag Manager. Facebook has its own tracking code, but you still want to be able to track people who come from the Facebook campaign to your website. So you're going to get that tracking code from Facebook and put it in Tag Manager. That's generally how it works. So here, information from your website is shared with another data source through Tag Manager. So think about that. If I add Facebook tracking code to Tag Manager, or let's just say I add Google Analytics tracking code to Tag Manager is the one that's pushing out and doing all the heavy lifting. They're the ones that are controlling what code gets fired and what code doesn't. So if you're putting the code in Tag Manager is controlling the code. Think about it that way. And let's show you an example of what that looks like. So here I am, I'm in Tag Manager. I just went to tagmanager.google.com, and here I could see a list of tags. So in our conversation, we're talking about tracking Facebook and we're talking about tracking Google Analytics. Well, Google Analytics is easy because it's a Google product. So here, if I look at all the different tracking code I have on my website through Tag Manager, let's just take a look at Google Analytics. So if you're going to use Tag Manager, you might as well put the Google Analytics code in here. So here I can see I have Google Analytics as a tag in Tag Manager. Now, for Facebook, if I'm running a Facebook campaign, well, I can take that pixel tracking and put it in GTM as well. And here I can see Facebook pixel. That code is added to GTM. I just basically took what Facebook gave me and put it into Google Tag Manager. So you can see I can add Facebook and Google Analytics. And again, I can't stress it enough, any tracking code from any platform I can add to Google Tag Manager in order to track the behavior from those sources. So let's take a little bit deeper dive into how Tag Manager works. So I just showed you an example of how you could take Facebook and Google Analytics code and put it into Tag Manager. But if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, then how do I do that? Well, let's talk about the structure and how Tag Manager works. So when you have a Tag Manager account, you have a container. Remember, I mentioned toy box earlier. You have a bunch of toys. If they're code and you're tracking different bits of code from different platforms like Facebook, think of those as toys, and you have a toy box. Okay, well, that's what this code is, and that's what a container is. The code is the code, and that's going to go into the toy box or container. And so the way Tag Manager works is you have tags, triggers, and variables. So if I take my Facebook tracking code and put it into a container, I need to set up a tag and a trigger. Okay, so let's take a look at what that is. So first, if I go back to Tag Manager, I'm going to have an account, and if I have an account, I'm going to have a container. So here I'm just going to click on an account with a container, and a container is nothing more than what website you're adding the tracking code to. Okay, that's all the container is. We're just letting Tag Manager know this is the website we're adding all this code to. So you have tags, triggers, and variables. That's the structure of Tag Manager. So tags are just what it says, tags. What are we trying to quote unquote tag? Well, if it's Google Analytics, that's easy. Here I can see I have Google Analytics added. So if I click on Google Analytics, here's my tag. And if I take a little bit of a deeper dive there, since Google Analytics is a Google product. It integrates already with Tag Managers. It's pretty easy. I can just choose Google Analytics. Then I'm going to check page view, and that's my tag. Now, every tag needs a trigger. Okay, so I need to tell Tag Manager how or when to fire the Google Analytics tracking code. So in this case, I'm going to tell Tag Manager to fire on all pages. So if I get somebody, a visitor to my website, Analytics is firing on all pages. So whatever page that visitor lands on, Google Analytics is going to fire. So that's really what it comes down to, is I have a tag and I need to tell Tag Manager when to trigger that tag. That's really what the structure of Tag Manager is. It's tags, triggers, and variables. And variables we're going to talk about here in a couple minutes. But you have a piece of code. You're going to go ahead and put that into Tag Manager. You're going to tag it, and then you're going to fire that trigger. So let's take a look at another example here. If I go back here, you can see Facebook. Well, here's my Facebook pixel. Okay, that's my tag. So when is it going to fire? Well, it's going to fire on a specific domain or subdomain. That's basically what we're doing. We're trying to tell GTM when to fire that particular tag. So those are the three main components: a tag, okay, which is going to contain the JavaScript code that you get from, say, Facebook, the trigger. So you're going to go into Tag Manager and tell Tag Manager when to fire that code. That's the trigger. And then you have variables. And so variables are basically just additional information that Tag Manager may need for your tag and trigger to work. So that's what a variable is. It's there to get the tag and trigger to fire. So variables are divided into built-in and user-defined variables. So common used variables include, say, page path or page URL or host name or click class. Again, they're there, and these examples I just gave you are there to get your tag and trigger to work. Think about it that way. That's a component. And if I go into Tag Manager here, and here on the left side, I can see variables. So remember, I have built-in and user-defined. So built-in means that Tag Manager already built these for me. So in case I need to get my trigger to work with my tag, I can use a variable. So those are built in, and then I have user defined. So these are what I define. These are what I created. And again, the variables are there to get the tag and trigger to work. Okay, so that's the job of the variable. The job of the tag is to host that JavaScript code. Okay, in the case of Facebook or analytics, that's where we're putting our code. So here, if I click on AdWords remarketing, again, it's a Google product, so I don't really need to even deal with code. I'm just going to select Google AdWords remarketing. Okay, so you can see GTM integrates nicely with some of the other Google products. But let's just say you have a Facebook pixel tracking code. You're going to choose custom, and you're going to put the code here. So that's part of the tag. And then the trigger, again, is there to get the tag to fire. So you're telling GTM when to fire the tag. And the variable is there to help you make sure that that trigger and that tag work together. So that's how all three kind of work together. You need the tag to put the code. You need the trigger to tell GTM when to fire the tag and code. And the variables there to help you define when that tag and trigger should work or how it should work. So again, review, tags they're just small codes of JavaScript or tracking pixels on your website. And so tags are allowed to manage events like scroll tracking, remarketing, clicks, downloads, files, play buttons, you name it. Even clicks on external links. For example, let's just say you have a click or a Facebook icon on your site, and when somebody clicks on it, they go to Facebook. You want to maybe track that. You're going to create a tag. Okay? The trigger is there because you need to tell GTM when to fire that tag. So it's a certain condition, whether it's, fire the tag if the URL equals facebook.com or some other condition. So the tag cannot be created until the creation of the corresponding trigger. So tags and triggers go together. You can't just create a tag and not have a trigger. Otherwise, your tag will never fire. And then the variable is there again. It stores the information when defining a trigger or transferring data to tag. So a variable has a variety of data. Okay, so you pick and choose the variable you want to use with that trigger. Okay, so you're making sure that by defining a variable, you're making sure that you're telling GTM how that trigger should be fired. So let's take a look at another example here of how all three play together. If I'm in this account, I'm in this container. If I look down here, I can see Google Optimize. That's another Google product. So what I'm doing here is I just chose Google Optimize as my tag. It's already integrated. So what does that mean? I don't even need to deal with any code. I'm just going to select Optimize. Well, we have the tag Google Optimize, but we need to tell GTM how to fire that. And so here we're going to tell GTM to fire it on all pages. So that's basically a very simple example because we're firing it on all pages. So if I want to look at something specific again, Facebook, here's my tag, here's my code. What's my trigger? Well, my trigger is it's going to fire on specific pages. How do I know that? Well, if I look at the trigger, here I could see the trigger is a page view, but I'm telling it to fire on this particular hostname. So the tag and trigger go hand in hand. So how to get started with Tag Manager. So first things first, you have to create that account. So you're going to go to tagmanager.google.com, or you can do a search for Google Tag Manager, and you're going to create your account. And then when you create your account, what's going to happen is you're going to set up a container. And when you set up a container, you have choices. So you could set it up for your website, for an app on iOS, or maybe Android, or you can even set it up for AMP, an accelerated mobile page. So most people by default are probably going to set up Tag Manager for their website. And so when you do that, when you actually select website, what's going to happen is you're going to get some Google Tag Manager code in return. And so the whole idea here is you're going to do a swap. What you're doing is basically you're saying, okay, Google, I'm going to take this Google Tag Manager code and I'm going to put it on my website. I'm going to put it on every page of my website. So notice Tag Manager has two scripts. One goes in the head as high as possible. The other goes into the body tag as high as possible. And so what you're doing is you're making a deal. You're putting this Tag Manager code on your website, and in return, every code you deal with, whether that be Facebook or analytics or optimize or remarketing or whatever it is going to go in GTM. Okay, it's going to go into the container you created. So you need the Tag Manager code on your website in order for Tag Manager to work. Okay, so when you add this code to your website, then you're free to start adding all sorts of tags to your container. But if you don't have this tracking code on your website, then none of the tags you add to your container are going to work. So that's the idea behind the container. And then one thing I wanted to mention on the account is it's a Google account. So when you create your account, then make sure it's the same account you use with, say, Google Analytics or some other Google product. That's a good best practice, is always use the same email address when you set up your account so that it integrates nicely across all the different platforms. Meaning you can go from, say, Google Analytics right to Google Tag Manager in one browser without having to log out or log in. Okay, so when you create the account, you're going to create your container. If you choose web, then you're going to be asked to place code on your website. And when you place that code on your website, then you are free to start using Tag Manager. And that means you're free to start adding tags. Okay, so if you want to know more information about installing Google Tag Manager, then what I would recommend is visit the Quick Start Guide website of GTM. So again, if you're curious as to where that code is located in Google Tag Manager, well, when you create an account and you create a container, that container is going to have a specific ID. So if I click on that specific ID, here's where I can get my code. Okay, so again, when I'm logged in to Tag Manager. I'm going to click on Workspace, but in the top navigation, I'm going to see my unique GTM ID. If I click on that, that's where my code is going to be located. And so again, your code needs to go in the header, and there's another script that needs to go in the body. And if you're not sure how to add the code to your website, well, you can always click on the quick start guide here, okay? And that'll take you to a quick start guide page, a reference page related to Google Tag Manager. So let's talk about creating a tag. So once you get Tag Manager installed, I'm sure you're excited to get going and create that first tag. So let's talk about how to create a tag in Tag Manager. So when you're in Tag Manager, all you need to do is basically you're looking at all your tags. If you click on tag in the left side navigation, you'll see all your tags, and there's a new button there. So you just click new. And so basically what you're going to do is you're going to create your first tag. And so what I would recommend, once you get Tag Manager installed on your website, I would recommend setting the first tag up as Google Analytics. So that will get you going with tracking page views on your website when somebody visits your website. Okay, so ideally that's what you want to do. You want to get Google Analytics as your first tag in Tag Manager. So what I'm going to do is, because Analytics is a Google product, it's already integrated nicely with Tag Manager. So I'm just going to click on Google Analytics. It's going to be a page view. That's what I'm tracking. And now I have to set up a variable. And so what it's going to do, it's going to ask me to select a variable. And so what you're going to do is you're going to select new variable. And what you're going to do is you're actually going to go and add your tracking ID here. That's going to be your variable. So where do I get my tracking ID in Analytics? Well, if I'm in Analytics, I'm going to go to Admin. And then under Property Settings, I'm going to see my tracking ID. And all you need to do then is go to Tag Manager and paste copy. First, you got to copy over that tracking ID. Then you're going to go to Tag Manager and paste it. And then that's going to create a variable for you. And then when you create that variable, you're going to see it in the drop down here. So I've already created it. And basically, that's your tag with a variable. Then what are you going to do? You're going to set up a trigger. So see, I have some triggers already set up. You're going to see a default trigger already set up for you, and that's going to be all pages. So ideally what you want to do is you want to select all pages in order for Analytics to fire on all pages. So that's what we're doing. We're setting up a trigger. We're basically telling Tag Manager, hey, if I get a visitor to any page on my website, then I want you to fire Google Analytics. So that's basically, in summary, how to set up your first tag. And my recommendation is your first tag should be Google Analytics. And when you set up Analytics, you're going to have to set up a variable for the tracking ID. And so you get the tracking ID again from Admin, Property Settings, copy and paste that tracking ID over, save it, you have your variable. That variable is going to be included in with the tag. Then your trigger is going to be all pages. And there you go. You have your first tag, you have your first variable, you have your first trigger. So that's basically what you want to do. And once you've added that tag, once you've added that trigger, then the only thing you need to do now is basically publish the tag. And so anytime you save a tag, you're going to go ahead and submit it so that way it gets published. So again, what you're going to do is let's take a step back here. You're going to choose new tag. You're going to choose Analytics from the drop-down menu. You're going to choose Page View. Then basically you're going to add your tracking ID so you can set up the variable. And then basically that's what you need to do. Okay, you're going to add that tracking ID, and then voila, that's your tag with a variable. And then once you've done that, then you're going to click Submit. So when you click Submit, you're basically saying, hey, I want this tag to go live now, this tag and trigger. And once you've done that, then Analytics is ready to go. And anytime somebody goes to your website on any page, Tag Manager is going to fire Google Analytics. So the great thing here is you have something called Google Tag Assistant, and that's an extension that works with Chrome. And so when you've actually added Tag Manager to your site, or you have Analytics running in Tag Manager, you can confirm if those tags are firing properly. So let's take a look at how Google Tag Assistant works. Okay, so if you just do a search for Google Tag Assistant, you're going to see here that it's basically just an extension that works in Chrome, and unfortunately it only works in Chrome browser. It doesn't work in any other browser. So go ahead and install that extension into Chrome. And when you do that, you're going to see this nice icon here in your browser. And now, if you go to any website and I click on Google Tag Assistant and I click on Enable, okay, so basically I'm loading Google Tag Assistant. And now once I refresh the page, I can see that this particular site has Google Tag Manager installed. And not only does it have Tag Manager installed, I can see that it's also has Google Analytics running. I have also Google Optimize running, and I have Google Ads Remarketing Tag running in Tag Manager. So that's what Tag Assistant does. It allows you to see if one, Tag Manager is on the site, and if it is, great, what other tags are firing on this particular site. So Tag Assistant's telling me I have these particular tags firing on that site, and they're firing within Tag Manager. So Tag Assistant is a great way to confirm if one, Tag Manager is on the site, and two, what other tags are firing on the site. Now, another way you could confirm if Tag Manager is firing on the site is you can go into preview mode. So even before you submit and publish your tag and trigger, you can click on the preview mode. So if I click preview in Tag Manager, so basically that's going to put me in preview mode. And so what does that mean? Well, that means that now I'm free to go to my website and see if those tags are firing. And so let's take a look at what that looks like. So if I go to the website and just click refresh, then what's going to happen is Tag Manager is going to load in preview mode, just as you see here. Okay, so that's going to take a couple seconds to load up. And now what can I see in preview mode? I could see that I have GTM firing, but I also have some other tags firing on this page. Remarketing, I have Google Analytics, I have Google Optimize. I have some other tags firing as well. And so the preview mode shows me what tags are firing on any given page. And I can also see what tags did not fire. Okay, so here I have a number of tags already in GTM, but they didn't fire on this particular page. So let's just say I clicked on the Donate Now button. I'm still in preview mode, so I'm going to be able to see what tags fired. Now I could see I have a couple of tags that have fired on this particular page. And then I could see what tags did not fire on this page. Okay, so that's the preview mode. You can use the preview mode before you even submit a tag and trigger to see if it fires. And that's the great benefit of Tag Manager. So if you're not sure if something's going to fire or not, then you can always go into preview mode. And if you are sure it's going to fire, then you can go ahead and submit it. So you can leave preview mode and just go ahead and submit that particular tag and trigger. So here I'm going to leave preview mode, and now once I'm done and I'm sure the tag is going to fire, and go ahead and submit all my changes that I've worked on in terms of setting up tags and triggers. So that's really GTM in a nutshell. So I have my tags, okay? My tags are just snippets of code that I'm going to put in, whether that be Facebook or event tracking or any other Google product like Optimize or Page View. Then I have my triggers. My triggers are there to tell GTM when to fire that tag. And the variables are there to help those tags and triggers work together. So remember that particular variable we set up for Google Analytics? Okay, so here it is right here, because we want to tell GTM what property to specifically fire in Google Analytics. So that's why we set up that variable. But there are all sorts of variables. Google Tag Manager has built in, or variables already created for you, or you can specifically define a variable. So variables are there to help the tags and triggers work together. So when you set up a tag, you set up a trigger, you use a variable, you can always go into preview mode, preview it by going to the website, seeing if it fires. If it fires, then voila, you can go ahead and click submit, and that will publish the tag and trigger, and you're good to go. That's pretty much how Tag Manager works. And again, I can't stress that there's an unlimited number of tags you can add to Tag Manager. There's no limit. So you got anything from Google to non-Google, to event tracking, okay? To Facebook, to anything that you want to track, you want to be able to put into Tag Manager. And again, there's versioning. That's one of the great benefits of Tag Manager. So if I want to go back to an older version, I can simply do that. So here you can see I'm on version 32. That's how Tag Manager works. And I can't stress that, Tag Manager is there to help you track interactivity on the site. Because if you have a site that's interactive, that has a video, that has a download button, let's just say, you have all sorts of newsletter signups, Facebook, YouTube buttons on your website, just like this website does, and you want to be able to track how many people click on that particular button, well, you're going to need Tag Manager. And when you have Tag Manager, you're going to be able to track all of these button clicks and interactivity on your website. Without Tag Manager, it's going to be hard to do that. So that's an introduction to Tag Manager.
So here we wrap up Google Ads Crash Course. If you're looking to master digital marketing, then have a look at Digital Marketing Masters program by Simplilearn. Apply discount code YTPE15 to get easy discount on your purchase. Find the course link in the description box. If you like this video, hit the like button and consider subscribing to Simplilearn and hit the bell icon to never miss any updates from us. Thanks for watching.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.